G'day, May 40 here. So for the first month of the second Trump administration, I was intoxicated. I was just having a ball. Well, I'm no longer in love with this Trump administration. We're reverting to too much of the chaos of the first Trump administration. I don't like how we're needlessly bullying and alienating our allies. Right? Alliances are good in life for individuals, for countries. Right? Alliances are usually a good thing. The United States should treat its allies with more care and respect. We're just needlessly alienating the world. And you never know when you need cooperation from Canada, from Australia, from South Korea, from Japan, from Britain or France or Germany. And so I don't like the needless way that we're antagonizing the world. I don't like the slipshod, haphazard, chaotic and brutal operation of Doge right now. Be precise. Know what you're cutting. Don't operate with needless disdain for federal employees. All right, they're valuable. We need good people working for the federal government. They deserve to be treated with respect. Our allies deserve to be treated with respect. So I don't like that. I don't like all the chaos with regard to tariffs. Right, all sorts of economic investment is not being laid out because people in business have too much uncertainty with regard to our tariff policy. So settle down on a tariff policy and then pursue it, but you can't keep threatening and then pulling back tariffs, threatening and pulling back tariffs. That's bad for the economy. There are all these signs that we're heading for a recession. I don't like the haphazard nature of Doge, of the way we treat our allies, the way we treat federal employees. I don't like the haphazard nature of our tariff policy. All right, there just seems to be too much chaos with this current Trump administration. So I'm still pro-Trump. I still believe that he's doing more benefit than harm, but his approval rating is now equal with his disapproval rating. And there's momentum behind his critics, right? Trump has created good, solid ground for people who are in the middle, who are not predisposed to either liking him or hating him, to increasingly have concerns. And I just wish we would settle on a coherent tariff strategy, on a coherent strategy with regard to Canada and Panama and Mexico and Japan and South Korea and England and France and Germany. All right, just settle on a darn policy already and then pursue it in an adult way. All right, there's just too much self-defeating, running around in circles going on right now with the Trump administration. It reminds me way too much of my own life. All right, I have a door in my life where if I do nothing, this doggone door, about every 5 times or so that I close this door, it's going to lock me out. There's just something about the mechanism with it without me ever intentionally trying to lock myself out. This door is locking me out, and I don't like it, and it's a way too painful metaphor. So the other day I was reading a book, and it hurt me, man. It really hurt me. Like, oh, this hits way too close to home. And the book was about the decline of American neighborhoods. So apparently we're investing more time with our intimate connections, which, right, that sounds like a great thing, but we're not investing as much time in our neighborhood with our acquaintances. And we're spending a lot of time online, and that's taking away from the time that we would normally spend with our neighbors. And I read this book and it's like, ouch, this is too close to home. I don't think I played this
person throughout.
Yep.
And then with the Democratic, with the progressive side, you know, it looks like, you know, you're being presented 2 ways of going. With media, how are we going to react? Because we can't really hide anything. And one thing that Trump said when he's like, nothing will no one will cheer tonight for me.
Yep.
What was interesting about that is, like, he was right.
Yep.
And
Leslie, super well framed. Let's let Kristen and then Alex respond. But again, I think that's super well framed.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Again, the word that I kind of hang on to everything you just said was the authenticness. And so, I'll kind of give Democrats say when they do something okay. I think it was the Congresswoman from Texas, Jasmine Crockett. Is that her name? I might have it wrong, but she did her own video. And it was to a Kendrick Lamar song. I don't know who I don't know the music, but it's like authentic to her. Like, you could see her listening to that song on her iPad, and she's, kind of using it to make a point. That wasn't as cringe as this. And I do think, that's why, even going back to 2016 or 2011 at CPAC when the president was there, the authenticity of Trump and, the entire Make America Great Again, everything you see online, like, that is what people are drawn to. And now I think, it's always been that way in politics, really. Now, where Republicans could get ourselves in trouble is, there's only one Donald Trump. And we will never, he is a once in a lifetime political force. And so we have to be mindful that we can't just copy and paste and try to be him. You need to speak MAGA in your own language. Yeah. And it'll be important for us moving forward so that we don't have cringe videos coming out, 10 years from now.
Alex.
Well,
go ahead. Alex.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There you go. Alex, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I was going to say that I definitely think Republicans have the stranglehold on authenticity right now. And I think Democrats are still trying to figure out, when they don't, it's hard to be authentic when you don't know who you are or what you're trying to be. And I think Democrats are still trying to figure that out.
Leslie, who are the three most famous Millers in American history?
Oh, no, don't ask. I can't. I'm terrible at this kind of stuff on the fly, but Arthur Miller.
Tuesday night when Trump literally called, I believe.
Okay, I didn't get my timestamps right there.
Audience, so we make it clear.
NVIDIA is ripping at all-time highs. You are like, oh, wow, I'm so cash rich. You can go get a margin loan. You take that money, you reinvest it in a second home and a third home. You sell some stock, you start to buy cars, all this other stuff. It drives consumptive behavior that on the margin isn't there if the markets were much, much lower than this. So if you rebase the equity values that people have, what you do is you actually depress the amount of free cash flow that they have to spend on other things. So it's a deflationary tactic. How the bond market reacts to that is if the stock market goes down is you start to become a flight to quality, right? Oh my gosh, there's volatility in the stock market. Oh my gosh, I don't want to deal with the stock market going down. Let me just sell, take some chips off the table and buy 10-year bonds. When you buy the bonds, the interest rate goes down. Why is that good for America? We have $10 trillion we need to go out and borrow in the next 9 months. And so if we can pay 3%, 3.8%, 4%, we save ourselves trillions of dollars versus if we had to pay 4.5%, 5.5%. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is that right now, what we had this week because of the Ukraine and Zelensky thing is basically Trump say, we are totally risk off this war. And I'm not going to debate whether that's right or wrong, but that's what he said. We're going to curtail the aid. We're not even going to share intelligence. They're on their own. What did that force? What happened this week was the Europeans had to basically circle the wagons and they said, okay, we're going to step up. And what they announced was a 4-year plan to borrow money to invest in defense. What they also did, which was really interesting, is the UK specifically said, we're going to borrow it in this clever little way.
I wonder if my lack of strength and enthusiasm will show too much today. When my life was definitely on the wrong track, I'd probably wake up on average once a week at 2 a.m. with startling, painful clarity. I woke up at 1:30 a.m. the other day with some painful realizations, and they were provoked in part by this book called The Vanishing Neighbor, The Transformation of American Community. So the American community developed in a different way from England, where you'd have a lord of the manor. You'd have something like Downton Abbey, right? Instead, we would not have the heavy hand of a monarch or a lord, right? We would have an alternative kind of government. We would have a core community building block. We'd have a town, and we'd have leaders of the town. We'd have a community of people who would come together and ensure that the town ran properly. Now, today, we're prizing different kinds of connections and conversations than our grandparents, right? Most of our time and attention today is spent on our most intimate contacts and on our most casual acquaintances. And we've abandoned those relationships in between, right, the middle ring ties. Chris Rock would joke, in every town in America, there are two malls. They've got the white mall and the mall where the white people used to go. Okay, religion once acted as a social obligation passed down from generation to generation in America, that is. We now view piety as a route to personal expression. Right? We've moved from institutional religiosity to a spirituality of seeking. So we're often abandoning our parents' church, or our parents' worship, in favor of a spiritual journey that feels more individually fulfilling. This also takes a toll on individual cohesion. And overall, we're less likely to attend religious services because from a completely secular perspective, the primary purpose of religion is to bring comfort. And now people find comfort more effectively in other things like music or yoga or a stamp club or in sports fandom or in devotion to our profession. Now, when we choose a house of worship, we're much more likely to travel to attend the particular services that we like best, that are most spiritually fulfilling. And so this is an individualist strategy, and it takes its toll on community. So usually a group strategy will be more effective in life than an individualist strategy. And one example of this is Orthodox Jews in the diamond trade. All right, they would attend the same synagogues, they'd send their kids to the same schools. When I went to this modern Orthodox, perhaps the second richest Orthodox synagogue in Los Angeles, Young Israel of Century City, a lot of the people there grew up with each other. They attended the same schools, the same yeshivas, the same Jewish day schools. And so they had 40, 50, 60 years of history with each other. And so because their lives were so intertwined, they developed a series of norms that enable high degrees of trust and makes it very effective to operate within this environment. And so Orthodox Jewish diamond traders, right, when they wanted to sell a bag of gems to another, right, you'd give the prospective buyer an opportunity to look at the gems in private. Now, normally this would be an invitation to theft, but you didn't have that much theft among Orthodox Jews in the diamond trade, because if a buyer ever tried something sneaky, he would face the wrath of the neighborhood back home. And I have experienced more than my share of community exclusion, and it feels like a death sentence, because historically in our evolutionary past, getting kicked out of the tribe was effectively a death sentence, right? So if you screwed over your fellow at Young Israel of Century City or any strongly identifying in-group, you'd then be ostracized from the community. And you'd be glared at, you'd be given the cold shoulder, and it'd be very difficult to come back from that. Our search for affirmation has compelled us to avoid relationships that expand our intellectual horizons. So we're increasingly narrowcasting with our relationships. And that's what we're doing here. We're all on the dissident right. And we come here and we have this conversation because it is the easiest, most convenient, and most fulfilling way to spend our time, because we get to have the type of conversations that we can't have with most people. But when we narrowcast like we do, all right, we stop our friendships with people who want to haggle over politics, or who want to talk football where they're rooting for our team's arch rival. And so we're spending less time with acquaintances and more time with people who speak our language, right? We come together on this channel to talk to people who speak our language. So never before have people who share our language, share our concerns, have been so easily accessible. And we can gather here on this channel and talk to people from all around the world who share our language. So we increasingly spend time on our interests, such as video games, World of Warcraft, or Facebook. And this is all time not spent outside talking with neighbors, not shooting the breeze at a bar, or grabbing a burger with a colleague from work. And so these new narrowcast relationships come at a cost, right? And so we have started to email with people and text with people that we used to visit in real life. And according to studies, for every minute individual spends on the internet, right, the time that he spends with friends is reduced by 7 seconds, and time spent with colleagues by 11 seconds. For every email sent or received, the individual loses a minute of his time with family. Ooh, That was painful. So residents of small towns used to engage in traditional relationships, right, that encompass family members, neighbors, fellow congregants at church. Then when people move to cities, relationships are more modern, mean that they're more often tied to work, to clubs, and to a particular church or synagogue and friends. So there's a tacit trade-off, right? We have fewer relatives and family around if we live in the cities than if we stayed living in rural areas. So only an eighth of city dwellers live in a social world dominated by family, right? A quarter of people who live in the country have a social world that's dominated by family, or half if you live way out in the boondocks. Half of people, their social world is dominated by family. People in the suburbs are the least likely to have traditional relationships. So the way that we're connecting with one another is getting more narrow, and we're having less investment in general with our neighbors, and we're developing different types of community. So it used to be being neighborly meant reaching out to the people who lived next door, taking them homemade cake, offering to watch the kids, saying hello at an annual block party. When was the last time you had a block party? So the last time I went to a block party was after 9/11. Right? Suddenly there were all these block parties that sprung up after 9/11. Not so much since. When did you last go to a block party? So today, being neighborly increasingly means leaving those around you in peace, right? You refrain from playing loud music or being careless with your garbage. You don't let your home deteriorate. You don't allow your home to become a blight in the neighborhood. You avoid mentioning what you overhear in the thin walls separating apartments. So the sense of warmth that was once suggested by neighborly, right? The key ingredient for middle ring relationships that's so important for town and community has been replaced by a kind of detachment. That word really hit me because I've often been described in my interpersonal relationships as quite detached. Wow, it's really hard to get revved up today. And I've had my rare cup of coffee. Americans aren't nearly as invested in these middle ring relationships and in service organizations, right? Because you can no longer join an all-male service organization. And so people are no longer joining the Kiwanis. So social trust rose from the mid-1940s to the mid-1960s. It peaked in 1964. And then with the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 64, 65, we have had a long-term decline in social trust. So what role does diversity play in social trust? I asked Grok, and it said Robert Putnam's 2007 study on U.S. communities found that higher diversity correlates with lower social capital. People tend to hunker down, trust their neighbors less, and pull back from civic engagement. We are wired for familiarity, right? The more different someone is, the less likely you are to approach them or to connect with them, right? When you're surrounded by people who don't look, talk, or act like you, it will trigger an instinctive wariness, right? Trust in strangers will dip in more diverse neighborhoods. And one way that Americans in particular navigate diversity is to go to church or to go to synagogue where you're surrounded by people like yourself. America's churches are racially segregated, right? 80% or more of American churches are made up overwhelmingly of a single race.
This is their interpretation, so that it doesn't actually count in the debt to GDP calculations of my country. So they're starting
Convenient.
to play. So then how did the bond market react to it? Nick, you can show it. They're like, you know what, guys, if you want to fight this war, obviously you're allowed to do whatever you want, but the cost that you're going to have to pay is going to go up. This has been going up every day. And you're at a point now where this is severe fiscal pressure on these governments. I do not know how they sustain their deficits and raise more debt. So all of this is happening all at the same time. I think Trump is pro-Main Street. Equity markets basically do not get bid. The bond markets respond positively. Yields go down, good for America. They extract themselves from spending programs like again, it's more than a spending program, but I'll just say it in this context narrowly. Russia-Ukraine is a spending program that if you take off the table, that balance of responsibility goes to Europe. And then the markets are saying, this is not right. We want this war to end, and we're going to make it more expensive for you to litigate it. If you put it all together, it's a really interesting moment in the markets I haven't seen in a very long time.
Joe, do you think this is the refinancing of our debt is the end game here? There's like maybe 10% of people who seem to have fallen in that camp when I queried on these 4 group chats.
Okay, I have no strength today because I had a very painful realization. Woke up at 1:30 recently, 1:30 in the morning, and I couldn't get back to sleep. And I was just itchy and uncomfortable. And after 90 minutes of tossing and turning, I got up, had a cup of coffee, and just got started with my day. But here's the painful realization. So after I read that book on how each minute we spend online reflects a detachment from face-to-face connections, I have not put as much effort and time and maintenance into my face-to-face connections over the past year or so, and I've used all sorts of cheats to get away from this tendency I have to isolate myself. I have joined communities, so I join a community, that way I don't have to invest as much in relationships, because when I join a community, they'll just be ready-made for me, or I've become overly invested in work and either worked excessively or relied on my work friends as my social glue, or I've enjoyed borrowed functioning. So in 2002, Kathy Sipe entered my life. She was a successful freelance writer who I'd admired for years, and my social life bloomed thanks to Kathy Sipe. And she had a wide social circle, and her wide social circle, by and large, embraced me because Kathy embraced me. And I just rode that borrowed functioning for 5 years, and I thought, now my life has really improved. But when Kathy Sipe died, right, that social circle that I had with her, that disappeared. Another time in ninth grade, I made a good friend, Lane Van Houd, and he was just so kind to me. He always bought the sodas. He invited me to his home. He brought me into his family. He was such a good friend to me. And then he died. Right? He was driving a tractor and it overturned, and he died. And a lot of my social life died with him. And the other day, I was just walking by and I saw a bunch of my acquaintances, and I saw that they were preparing something, and I recognized that I was not included, and they had not even considered including me, and that this was a lifelong problem I have, and that this says far more about me than about them. But I enjoy my solitude. I enjoy having interactions on my terms. And my excessive amount of live streaming, right, reflects my need to have interactions on my terms. Right? There's some considerable dysfunction, interpersonal dysfunction, in the amount of time I spend online, the amount of time I spend in live streaming. And sometimes I can avoid seeing this and experiencing this, but just the sense of loss that hit me the other day, I haven't overcome it yet. It's still there. I'm in this prison of my own making, like the guy in this cartoon here. Right? If he walks to the left or right, he can walk out of this prison cell, but he's stuck holding on to the bars. He's stuck living in a prison cell of his own creation. And there are many wonderful things in my life. There's much I have to be grateful for. I recognize that this show is a performance, but it is not such a performance that I'm just putting on a happy face. I am a happy guy 95% plus of the time. But I am stuck in a prison of my own creation that I do tend to be emotionally detached from other people, disconnected from other people, and sometimes I can't ignore it anymore. Sometimes it just breaks through all my defenses. It breaks through all distractions, and it just hits me. And wow, it's a few days now, and I still haven't come back from it. I can't hide it. It's in my voice. It's in my body. There's not a lot of energy behind my presentation. I was out for a walk, and I found myself unburdening myself to a stranger on a walk. Whew. I'm not terribly flexible in my relations with other people, and I become uncomfortable after usually a couple of hours of interactions with other people, while a normal person spends on average 8 hours a day plus with other people. And damn it, I'm stuck in a prison of my own creation. And it's depleting. It feels weak. It doesn't feel good. I don't have the strength. I don't have the energy. I can't deny it anymore. But this is me, right? I just have to walk to the left or the right, or walk backwards. I just have to walk in a different manner to get out of the prison of my own creation. But here I am. Damn it. So one thing that I did when I realized I was just stuck in this prison of my own creation. One thing I did.
Hey, if we can depress everything, we lower consumption, we break inflation even more, maybe people lose their jobs, less consumption, and rates go down. We have to cut rates 3 or 4 times, put pressure on the Fed, then we can maybe refinance our debt, which is coming up some percentage of it. What do you think of that theory?
Jason, Chamath has a lot of interesting thoughts here, and I think it's a very smart analysis. I'm not fully aligned. It is true. Bond markets hate war. War is expensive. War is inflationary. It's very clear Europe is going through, war is more likely for us to spend money, and that hurts them. In the U.S., I think the number one thing that Scott Bessent and Trump would want around this is to fight for Main Street, like they said. That really is, the kind of populist energy we have right now. And so I think they are focused on lower interest rates. Lower interest rates, I have someone who works with me, their spouse, is a real estate agent, and that they're having a really tough couple of years because interest rates spiked up. If you get interest rates down again, there's so many different places in America where people start making money again with the title companies, with brokers, with there's so many things that happen, right, with that. And
trickle down. Yeah.
It's not just trickle down. It's like this is the part of the economy that just really does start to turn on, and certain transactions can happen again. And you're right, it is cheaper debt that is an advantage as well. So I think disinflation is very important, and I think we have to find some way to get there. Chamath may be right that it's worth hitting assets to get to disinflation. That's something that Scott could be working on because of all the debt. But it is true.
It's the easiest. It's the easiest.
It's the easiest, and we do need it for sure. So, and I think there's some other more clever ways to get there. But I do like that direction.
I mean, you said there's some more clever ways to get there. Obviously, we don't want.
So I entered school in 8th grade because I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist. Seventh-day Adventists had a prophet, Ellen G. White, who said it's a good idea to keep kids back from going to school. And so I was somewhat socially awkward entering school in 2nd grade, and I was not a social winner. And when Gavin Brown, my classmate, had a birthday party in 2nd grade, I was not invited. My best friend, Wayne Cherry, was invited. And Wayne Cherry's mother heard about this, and she spoke to Gavin's dad, and it was essentially I was forced upon Gavin's birthday party. And we had the birthday party in the bush, and we were all riding our bikes. And as we were riding our bikes along, the other boys let me know that they didn't want me there, right? That I was forced on them. And this is a lifelong trend, right? It's painful for me. I go on hikes, usually alone, and I often run into acquaintances who are going on hikes together. And it's just so much more fun in general to go on a hike together rather than alone. And I think, oh, why did they invite me? But I created the conditions. I exhibited the kind of emotional detachment. I have exhibited a lack of respect for social norms that led to my isolation and my had a therapist on and off for 10 years, and she said, you should call your memoir The Uninvited. Whew. No, this is not my favorite topic. So I couldn't sleep, just scratching, just itchy, finally got up, took a cup of coffee, and I thought, I'm going to try AI on my writing. And there's one essay that I wrote in the last 2 years that I probably put more effort in than anything else I've written, and that was my Decoding Dennis Prager. And I put it into Grok, and its feedback was amazing, right? If there's any piece of writing that I care about from now on that I want to make great, I'm going to put it into Grok. A few months ago, I was thinking of investing hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars to hire an editor to go through some of my essays that are most important to me to improve them, because I have all sorts of blind spots. That's the thing when you get isolated. You are less alive to your blind spots, because when you have other people in your life, they're going to be much more likely to point out your blind spots. And so I understand now why many people are turning to AI as a virtual friend, even a virtual lover. So Grok's response was really helpful to my Decoding Dennis Prager essay. It said, these are the weaknesses: lack of focus. The essay sprawls across numerous topics. Dennis Prager's claims about Torah, his self-praise, his rankings as a talk show host, his dietary fads, his political analogies, his relationships with other gurus. And you sprawl across all these topics without connecting them back to the central thesis of epistemic corruption. Epistemic corruption is when you have a knowledge system where you are selling out truth to other concerns. So this sprawling, disconnected essay dilutes your impact. You have an over-reliance on quotes. So my father and I have this problem. We tend to publish long excerpts from other people, and they overwhelm our own voice. And so my essay reads more like a collage of critiques than a cohesive argument driven by my own analysis. I exhibit a lot of sarcasm, and it undermines my credibility because it makes me appear dismissive rather than analytical. It's more effective to let evidence speak than to lean heavily on snark. You have an unclear audience. The essay assumes familiarity with Dennis Prager, Decoding the Gurus, Jordan Peterson, Malcolm Gladwell. Without defining these people for a broader audience, it alienates readers who aren't already in the know. So, suggestions for improvement: refine the thesis and the structure. Right? Your current thesis: Dennis Prager engages in epistemic corruption by manipulating knowledge for his personal, professional, and monetary gain. By so doing, he pollutes discourse and damages lives. That is strong but broad. Narrow it to focus on key aspects. For example, Dennis Prager's self-styled polymathic authority and rejection of expertise exemplify epistemic corruption and undermining rational discourse with personal gain. Oh, just hit me. I have often filled the hole in my soul where my friends and family should be with these parasocial relationships like the one I had with Dennis Prager. Structure: organize the essay into clear sections that build the argument logically. Have an introduction, define epistemic corruption, define the secular guru concept, introduce Dennis Prager, state the thesis. Streamline your quotes, strengthen your analysis, reduce quote length, add your voice after each quote, explicitly connect it to your thesis, balance the tone down the sarcasm, acknowledge strengths, note Dennis Prager's appeal, clarify things for a broader audience, put key people into context, define your terms, strengthen the conclusion, end with a punchy summary. So a lot of damn good feedback there that I was prepared probably to spend thousands of dollars on, that I essentially got for free from AI.
Want to see 8, 9, 10% unemployment. That's another way to get there. And we don't want that because, Main Street equals jobs. So what is your other ways to get there?
Well, the other ways to get there is there's really two right now in our society that are very positive. One of them is higher productivity through AI. I'm working on a ton of things as our
Sure.
everyone else doing that. Like we're doing construction for much cheaper right now. We're
Government
doing
can't do that
everything.
though, right? Government can't be involved in that. That's up to us.
Yeah,
the
we can make
private
sure not to
sector.
screw. I mean, David's doing good work. We can make sure not to screw it up. There's a lot of people trying
Okay,
to screw it up
sure.
in government. So I think David's job is very important there to get
Sam
us there.
Altman's not here, please. We don't
And
like to
then
deride people.
and then the second thing is actually cutting spend, like just giving out hundreds of billions willy-nilly to Stacey Abrams at all is very inflationary. And
Yes.
so I think cutting spend actually is a very positive thing. We could do a lot more of that.
Friedberg, you heard the two gentlemen. What are your thoughts on the refinancing of interest? As I've done before, I'm going to give you incredible leadership credit for 3 years ago on this pod, pushing all of us to really think about what would happen if the debt increased another 8 trillion, which it did. And I think that influenced a lot of people in our circles. And obviously that's something that the president took on when none of us thought any president would ever take on that issue.
So the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, like the Torah and like Shakespeare, for me anyway, needs commentary, right? I am not able to pick up Shakespeare and read him for pleasure. It takes effort, and I really need a teacher or a guide to appreciate Shakespeare. And I definitely need a guide for Torah and for the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. And the most important 12-step teacher who I've had is Herb K. And one of his maxims is always take the high road. And a translation of that is behave as if your words and your actions were captured on video and then played for the whole world to see. And if you are an addict, if you often display poor judgment, the maxim of taking the high road, the concept of acting as though your words and your actions were captured on video and then played for the whole world to see is helpful, man. And I mean, I can be quite snarky, cruel, sarcastic, cutting, disconnected from other people. I remember a lot of people, particularly in my youth, would say, you know, we didn't know what to do with this guy. He was just so sarcastic and snarky and verbally hostile. And that did not serve me. And it did not serve the Democrats at Donald Trump's address on Tuesday night, right? If they'd had the maximum, take the high road, it means that when Dennis Prager, when Donald Trump said something with which they agreed, right, they should show it, all right? They should applaud, they should stand up and applaud. And that way they wouldn't appear so cold and heartless. And so if you're lacking good judgment in your life, probably a great idea to strive to take the high road, to act as though your words and your actions are captured on video and displayed for the world to see. You're going to be much less likely to be ashamed. You're going to behave better, and thus you'll less often needlessly alienate people.
How much pain do you think Trump is willing to take with the stock market going down in order to refinance the debt? The debt, is he willing to be incredibly unpopular? Is he willing to deal with the criticism from Wall Street and from equity holders over some sustained period, and how much?
It's really important to win at life, because when you're winning, you just feel so much stronger. So this devastating experience I had the other night, where my losing choices were just revealed to me in just overwhelming clarity. And I'm just so weak right now. I am just so weak. No strength, no energy, no enthusiasm. And the best way to win is to connect with other people. And my therapist would tell me that when I would be this broken, she said, right, this Luke is not going to needlessly alienate other people. You should come from this place more often. And so if you can get on the same ground with people, if you can establish some sort of connection, don't obviously go up to people and start spilling your guts. You want to establish some shared connection, but when there is a shared connection, then sometimes it's appropriate to exhibit a little bit of vulnerability, and then allow them space to exhibit reciprocal vulnerability, and then you match that and you maybe exhibit more vulnerability, right? I have, from a place of neediness, like tried to go from 0 to 100 in vulnerability, and that doesn't work. I've often tried to go from 0 to 100 in my enthusiasms with other people, and that tends to turn people off. You have to go from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 10 to 15 to 20, like that. Just don't be like 40 and start spilling your guts without building up to it.
Would he be? If it goes down, the market goes down 10, 20%, do you think he's going to cry uncle, or do you think he's willing to take that kind of pain for you?
Like I said, I don't know about Trump. There's I would say 60-40, I'd be right. 40% I'd be wrong. So I don't know.
Well, people are here for that. That's actually a pretty good ratio in poker if you can win that many hands.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say 60%. He's probably different than Trump 1.0, and he's probably less influential.
So if I talked about the things that I've shared this morning with my acquaintances and friends, I would usually get, oh, you need to take action, right? You need to do this or that. And I got a great insight in a writing class that I took. You can't create and edit at the same time, right? Once you start editing yourself, it's going to stifle your creation. And you can't share and judge at the same time. So if you immediately start pushing me to take action right now, I would have to shut down the side of me that's sharing, right? The state of awareness, the state of openness, and the state of sharing is a completely different space from the state of judgment, right? When I'm in an open, aware, sharing space, right, there's much less tension because I don't need to make judgments. As soon as you start pushing me to take action, then I have to make judgments and I have to switch out of the sharing space. So if you want me to share with you, you can't then push me to make judgments, right? Judgments require a certain physiology. It requires an increase in muscular tension and sharing and openness, right? Completely different physiology, completely different psychology. And there's an openness and a creativity with the first draft that you'll only shut down if you start editing yourself. It doesn't work. So when I'm in conversations where I'm sharing and people then push me to start making judgments, I tell them, look, I can either share openly and honestly with you, or I can shift into this mode where I'm making judgments, but I can't do both, right? If we now go into discussing what actions I should take, which if I haven't asked you for suggestions on that, I really don't want to hear that right now. If I shift into that mode, then that sharing, that openness mode, that's over. That's finished. So when I'm struggling with something, I'll usually let family and friends know, I don't want to stay here for long. I don't want to talk about this for very long. It's uncomfortable, and I'll share this. I'm in a rut right now. I'm in a prison of my own creation. It doesn't feel good, and I don't want to talk about it for very long. So we're often in different modes, right? Work mode is a particular mode that comes with an increase in muscular tension. It requires making judgments, and it's very different from a creative, open, sharing awareness mode. So right now I'm in a sharing open mode. I'm not making many judgments. I've got some notes written down. I've got some videos to play for you, so I'm not panicking that if I run out of something to say that I'll just be stuck here looking like a idiot.
Influenced by the short-term rumblings about the market.
Okay.
And he's probably listening to Besant on this one, although, I think it's got to be a complicated relationship between the two of them at the moment. I do think that he is aware, and I would imagine the administration generally, with Besant and others in kind of key leadership positions, are trying to make the case that if we can get rates down we have an opportunity to kind of refinance this $10 trillion that's coming due in the next.
So my new favorite thinker is Aaron Renn. Doggone it, I didn't. Oh, here he is. And he does excellent interviews. You'll notice in his interviews, he speaks way less than 10% of the time. So Andrew Sullivan is just insufferable in his interviews. He had on one of my favorite thinkers, Christopher Caldwell. I subscribe to Andrew Sullivan's Substack just to listen to his Christopher Caldwell interview. And Andrew Sullivan did more than 40% of the talking. It was just absolutely insufferable. Aaron Renn, he does less than 10%, right? I didn't subscribe to Andrew Sullivan's Substack to listen to Andrew Sullivan make predictable points to Christopher Caldwell. Christopher Caldwell's a bloke who says all sorts of things that I haven't thought of. It's rare that Andrew Sullivan suggests anything that I haven't thought of. If you're going to interview someone, right, you should ideally make your points as short as possible. Now, there is a time and a place for a conversation as opposed to an interview. But it was just frustrating for me, right? Tuning in to listen to Christopher Caldwell and having to endure Andrew Sullivan make incredibly predictable talking points. Aaron Renn, major influential Protestant thinker who is not a clergyman, right? He's in business and he has a great deal of common sense. Most of my acquaintances are much more successful than I am. They are much more men of action than I am. They're building more than I am. And I completely forgot the point. I was about to make a point that would forever change your life, and it's left me. But I admire the understated nature of Aaron Renn. Oh, one thing that a friend said to me that just hit me like a knife. This was about 10 years ago. I described to him how a boss treated me, and he said, I wouldn't put up with that for 5 seconds. And it reminded me of something that James DiGiorgio had said to me, my first podcast co-host back in something like 2002, 2003. He said, you'd make a great battered husband because all you do is complain about it. Oh, yes. I have much less of a preference for taking action compared to my friends and acquaintances. They take a lot more action than I do. I engage in more introspection. I tend to form a small number of friendships, but they tend to be intense friendships. And then when my friend dies or moves away or we fall out, I feel bereft because I invest so much or I rely so much on that one particular friendship. And now my friends are leaving LA. It hurts, man, because it makes me confront how much I've relied on their friendship. And then they moved away, and I invested so much in that particular friendship rather than building a variety of friendships. And now that they've moved away, and now I'm just flooded with sadness.
One of the things that's always puzzled me about conservatism is it's the way that it sort of lost its hold on the elite. So if you go back to sort of pre-war conservatism, there were a lot of blue blood WASP upper class people that you would consider on the right. You know, the America First movement started at Yale. It was kind of a stupid.
So yes, I admire Aaron Renn here on the left. I love his Substack. Haven't yet read his book. And Matthew Continetti is a traditional conservative, but he's incredibly fair to dissidents on the right.
Student movement at Yale, I believe, initially. Again, you think about somebody like Henry Cabot Lodge or Robert Taft, who's a major figure in your book, was definitely son of a president, as blue-blooded as they came. But essentially, Taft represented essentially the end of that lineage. And with limited exceptions like the Pews and maybe some of the DuPonts, it doesn't seem like the sort of incumbent elites of the country ever sort of took to conservatism. Lots of commentators, including
I can't listen to sad songs right now, right? I'm just going to I'm just going to crumble if I listen to sad songs. But I was rereading an excellent book, Jews in the American Academy, 1900 to 1940, The Dynamics of Intellectual Assimilation. So I'm a great believer in symptoms are not the problem. The problem is the problem. Symptoms are just a tip-off. So what I'm experiencing right now is a symptom of a deeper problem. And I was just about to make a point about that would be so profound. It would forever change your life. And now I've lost. Oh, okay. So I'm in this incredibly vulnerable state right now. So I could, like Tony Soprano, I could watch a TV commercial right now and just start sobbing. Right? And so anything can trigger me right now as my eyes moisten. And so there's nothing as triggering, right, as Jews in the American Academy, 1900 to 1940. The dynamics of intellectual assimilation, right? Sounds like a real tearjerker. Okay, but I read this yesterday and my eyes started moistening. So tell me how this hits you. Being a transnational philologist. So a philologist is someone who studies language. Was for Leo Wiener. And who was Leo Wiener? He was an American historian, linguist, author, and translator. Lived from 1862 to 1939. Okay, being a transnational philologist was for Leo Wiener's mind what being a farmer was for his body. It eased tension. So my 40isms, most of which I don't come up with, right? I just crib them from other people. The beliefs that I adopt, my rules for life, the essays and books and ideas and podcasts that move me, I think they largely move me because they ease my tension. And I don't think this is just me. So if you encounter an idea, a book, an essay, a podcast, a video that you love, what role does easing your tension play? So I'll give you an example of an idea that eased my tension. So a few years into my recovery, I encountered the idea that at each point in my life, I was doing the best I could with the tools that I had at my disposal. And given the tools that I then had at my disposal, I could not have acted otherwise. And so that idea helped me to stop regretting the past. And it reduced my self-loathing. It made me more at ease with my life. In short, it eased my tension. I love releasing my tension. That's what attracted me to pornography. I would have frustrating interactions in real life. I was consistently losing in real life. But when I whacked off, particularly to pornography, I could say, oh, that bitch, she's getting it in all holes. And it would, my misogyny and my use of pornography would ease my tension, right? I was able to release my self-loathing, my fear and hatred of women. Like if you were to examine my life through most of my days, you would look at my days, and if you were objective, you would say, Luke Ford, you are losing at life, right? By most standard, normal, objective measures, most days of my life I have been losing because I have not paid sufficient attention to the importance of relationships. I have been inflexible and detached from other people, and I have created a prison of solitude on the basis of my own choices. Now, the great thing about the work I've done, or being 58, is that I'm not adding suffering to my pain. I acknowledge my pain, I acknowledge my failures, I acknowledge losing at life, but I'm not experiencing any self-loathing, right? You may hear this and say, oh, look, you're just filled with self-loathing right now. And that's not how I'm experiencing this, right? I am just experiencing this as pain, but I'm not experiencing any hatred or loathing for myself. In fact, I might even be a friend to myself, something that my therapist tried to get me to do for 10 years, and I was never able to implement it. Be a good friend to yourself. It was only 18 months into my Alexander teacher training when I was able to let go of enough of my body armoring that I was able to start acting like a good friend to myself. So I'm in pain, but I'm not suffering. I'm not loathing myself. I'm being a good friend to myself. But I read this sentence about Leo Wiener, and he loved ideas and politics and philosophy that eased his tension. So how much of our politics, how much of our ideology, how much of our favorite texts derive from their easing of our tension? I think it's a major factor for why I embrace certain 40ism, certain rules for life, why I get intoxicated by politics or religion or all sorts of abstract things, because I spend way too much time in an abstract world, because in the real world, I lose so often. And then it's filled with tension to live with that realization of losing. And so I need to embrace ideas and approaches and texts and religion and 12-step and psychology and Alexander technique and exercise and all sorts of things outside of myself to ease my tension from losing at life. So being a transnational philologist was for Leo Wiener's mind what being a farmer was for his body. It eased tension. For many people, they love farming, they love gardening, they love working out, they love using porn, they love using alcohol because it eases their tension. How much of what we love in politics is because it eases our tension? Right? His next sentence, it rooted the self in the soil and in humanity. He did not belong at Harvard. So Leo Wiener taught at Harvard, but he did not belong at Harvard. He was not at ease in Harvard. He was not popular at Harvard. He was losing personal interactions at Harvard. And as a result, he needed constructs and activities and distractions that eased his tension. And my God, that would probably better than anything else encapsulate why I embrace certain ideas and texts and abstract pursuits. Leo Wiener had a loving romantic view of the Russian people and quite a distant, often negative attitude towards his own Jewish people. And I've got a long history of that. All right, I often get stuck in nostalgia because I'm losing in the present. And so I think back to the past and I think of the much happier moments of my past, and then I want to reconnect with people I haven't spoken to for 30 years. So Wiener advocated assimilation on the national as well as the international level. He was not a fan of Jewish identity or of Zionism or of nationalism. And in large part, he had this attitude because it helped ease his tension. And tension has a strong component of the body, physiology. It has a strong component in thinking, has a strong component in the emotions. These are all interconnected. So his politics and his psychological needs met. My politics, my psychological needs are connected. I suspect that your politics, your religious attitudes, your abstract pursuits, and your psychological needs are connected. So Wiener was restless, discontented, and impatient with others, right? I'm incredibly impatient with others. I keep limiting my interactions to what's on my terms. And yeah, I'm often restless and discontented. So Leo Wiener was opposed to the separate existence of Jews within another nation. He wanted them to drop their Jewish identity, and he was opposed to them forming a separate state, Zionism, right? Because these things increased his body tension, his emotional tension, and his intellectual tension. So Leo Wiener reacted to the psychological pressures that his displaced immigrant Jewish status at Harvard created, right? Harvard, until the 1960s, was much less cosmopolitan than, say, big city universities like Columbia University. So another way that Leo Wiener tried to release his tension by rooting himself firmly in the ground, in the soil, and to farm. And he also tried to lose his tension in a realm that he shared with all of humanity, the study of language. Wow, these insights just profoundly moved me yesterday.
Including George Nash himself, Kevin Phillips, Michael Lind, all noted like how demographically outside of the mainstream some of the core figures of mainstream conservative writers. There's a famous cover of Nash's book, had 25 people on it on the dust jacket, and people are like, almost all these people are Catholic or they're European. There aren't very many WASPs in this movement, and I think to this day, conservatism has very heavily had to lean on populism because it's had a much narrower elite and hasn't really captured as broad a segment of the elite. How did conservatism, which you would think typically like the definition of conservatism would be a defense of sort of incumbent elites and incumbent orders, how did American conservatism sort of lose its hold on the elite? And do you see that as a problem?
Sure. Well, we have to think about different elites. So I think if you talk about business people, there are and always have been many business people who are elite because of their stature in the economy and often in social life, who are conservative and who do share the view of the founding that I laid out. When we say elite, we're often just talking about cultural elites. And there the turn is very interesting. I mean,
right, a good prompt from the chat, reflecting a good prompt that I got from AI. Define my terms, define tension. So I put it into Google. Tension, the state of being stretched tight, the state of mental or emotional strain. All right, it's very hard to go through the day losing. And it's very hard to being in a state of feeling stretched tight, and it's hard to go through life feeling under strain, and it's hard going through life feeling forced, and it's hard to go through life with big burdens. So being in tension, it's like having a boulder on top of you. It's like you are tight, you're being pressed, you're being forced, you're having uncomfortable realizations. It's not fun, right? A lot more pleasant to be free, right? I think for blokes in particular, the idea of the open road, right, is just so intoxicating to me. I really wanted to go back to Australia recently because I'm in a rut. I'm in a prison of my own creation, and a typical way that I respond to these realizations is by running away. Like, I want to run away from my life right now, go into a new place, and think that in a new place things are just going to be much, much better. But of course, I'm just going to replay the same problems in a new place.
It is connected in many ways to the New Deal and to the growth of government. I mean, it was clear by the end of the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century, with the rise of the progressive movement in America, that there was a challenge to kind of the more traditional American view from the elite, that we have to have good standards, and we have to, continue to promote the tradition coming out of usually Boston was where the source of a lot of our cultural ideas were. And then it began to shift as the American intelligentsia began to shift and have a much more modernist approach, much more critical of tradition, much more rationalistic in what they thought could be achieved, especially through government planning. And that shift in our cultural political elite, I think, was magnified by the New Deal revolution, so that now these figures had government posts, but also they used government largesse to reward themselves. And it's something similar to what happened in the universities. The first real conservative bestseller of the 20th century was William F. Buckley Jr.'s God and Man at Yale, which began in
So Matthew Continetti is an editor at National Review. He wrote a fair history of the American right from 1921 to 2021, and he is married to the daughter of neocon William Crystal. Bro, the Chinese character for crisis is the same as opportunity. Damn, like I had one of my rare cups of coffee this morning. I had my modafinil, right? These are intakes of optimism. Like, where's the optimism that's supposed to flow from these substances? Where's the optimism, bro? Okay, I have been immersing myself in the work of Aaron Renn. Big fan. And I love this idea, the wounded prophet. And why do I love the concept of the wounded prophet? Because I resonate with it, and it reduces my tension, and it makes me feel happier.
This voiceover is AI-generated. Rod Dreher has a knack for putting his finger on the pulse of what people are going to be talking about next. He did this with his Benedict option, and I believe has done it again with his work on reenchantment. But that comes with a heavy price. Rod is a deeply wounded man, one alienated from many of the institutions and people who shaped his life. He's written about this publicly many times, including again recently.
As you longtime readers, as well as readers of Living in Wonder, know, I did not understand what St. Galgano had to do with me until 2020, when in the depths of my depression over my failed marriage, I stumbled upon Tarkovsky's film Nostalgia, in which I encountered myself as an alienated writer who was marooned in his head, unable to fully live in the present because he longed deeply for the past. After JBP's Jordan Peterson talk the other night, it has come back to mine. I have traveled far from the paralyzing nostalgia I had for family and marriage that had been lost to me, but I have not.
So think about your favorite films. Put into Grok. X is my favorite film. What does this say about me? And let me do this. So, Cinema Paradiso is one of my favorite films. Perhaps, let's just say it's my favorite film. So let me put into Grok. My favorite film is Cinema Paradiso. I think it came out in 1989. What does that say about me? So the protagonist in Cinema Paradiso came. Oh, no. I did it wrong. But the protagonist in Cinema Paradiso grows up in an insular small town like me. And then he goes on to great success in the big city, which I've had intimations of. But he cycles through girlfriends like me, and then he returns home for the funeral of a mentor that he had as a kid. And the movie just makes me cry. Okay. So according to Grok, it's deeply nostalgic, it's sentimental, it's all about love, loss, and the transformative power of cinema. You're likely drawn to narratives that blend personal growth with heartfelt emotion. You value stories that explore memory, human connection, and the passage of time. It's all about nostalgia and sentimentality. The movie's wistful tone and the celebration of a bygone era means you have a soft spot for nostalgia. You find beauty in reflecting on the past, tinged with melancholy. Wow. So this also, I think, demonstrates my above average level of neuroticism. Neuroticism means that you enjoy feeling negative emotions. You have a love for art and creativity. Cinema Paradiso is a love letter to movies. Right? You're someone who cherishes art's ability to inspire, heal, and bring people together. Right. So one way that I like to relieve my tension is by embracing art. You're sensitive to bittersweet endings. The film doesn't shy away from sacrifice and unfulfilled longing. God, I love stories of loss and unfulfilled longing. Right. So the mentor in this movie urged the boy Salvatore to leave town and to never look back. And in the director's cut, you see that the mentor sabotaged Salvatore meeting up with the girl that he loved so that he would get out of town. And then he comes back 30 years later and meets up again with the girl that he loved as a kid. So you might resonate with complex emotions, and you might appreciate art that doesn't tie everything up neatly. Yes.
Not yet made the full transition into what my life is supposed to be in God's plan. I have a lot of new subscribers here, and what you new folks may not know is that my experience over the last 2 decades has been one of sustained radical loss. Then, in early 2002, the Catholic sex abuse scandal broke big. By
I love stories of sustained radical loss. Right? Why do I love stories of sustained radical loss? Because my soul resonates with them. Why does my soul resonate with them? Because that's how I've experienced much of life.
2005, I had had my capacity to believe in Catholicism stripped from me in an experience that was like a flaying. I also lost faith in my ability to be certain about truth, as I had never imagined. Literally had never thought possible that I could lose my Catholicism. But it happened. As you know, I became Orthodox, and though I believe in Orthodox Christianity, the palms of my hands were burned so profoundly from 2002 to 2005 that I can never grip, with my painful scars, any form of the Christian faith with the same ease and feeling that I did Catholicism. Around that time, I lost faith in the leadership of my country and in the Republican Party and organized political conservatism because of the Iraq War, which I had fully supported. This was another reason I lost faith in my own.
So because I've had so little winning, so little belief in myself, I am continually tempted by that concept of being born again, a fresh start. I have a real weakness for cults, and so I embrace all sorts of conversions and fresh starts to escape myself, to get rid of an unwanted self, and to lose myself in something outside myself. And then, because I'm coming from this incredibly damaged place, this never works out, right? It cannot work out because I'm investing way too much and expecting and hoping and yearning for way too much of a return.
Epistemological capabilities. Then in 2012, when I learned the dark truth about how my Louisiana family regarded me and my wife and kids as city people, not to be welcomed or trusted, and their refusal to admit that they had been wrong, the basic emotional base for my understanding of the world vanished overnight. That same awful year, because of the...
Oh my God, do I resonate with this? Does this speak to my soul? And in the abstract, I'm not someone who follows Rod Dreher. Like I dip in and out of him on occasion, usually only when a friend of mine sends me a link.
Trauma of that catastrophe, my marriage began to collapse, a drawn-out process that immiserated me and my ex-wife for a decade.
So one thing that damaged some of my relationships was that I put Dennis Prager on a pedestal, and my hero worship of Dennis Prager just seemed incredibly distancing, infantile to women. I would donate money to Dennis Prager rather than to invest the money in my relationships.
It's so often the case that the people who have the deepest insights into our world and our institutions are wounded men, those deeply hurt and alienated in important ways. Ross Douthat wrote a column about...
See, I want to believe this because it gives me hope for redemption from my suffering. It releases my tension. It's just an insight that makes me feel better. And so I think we love politics and insights and culture and art that makes us feel better. And what makes us feel better might not be 100% co-equal with truth.
About such a man back in 2018.
The first time I ever heard the truth about Cardinal Theodore McCarrick, the former Archbishop of Washington, D.C., finally exposed as a sexual predator years into his retirement, I thought I was listening to a paranoiac rant. It was the early 2000s. I was attending some earnest panel on religion, and I was accosted by a type who haunts such events.
So a bloke in the chat says he's still traumatized by his divorce from 25 years ago. And I submit to you, it's not the divorce that traumatizes you so much as it ripped away your defenses. So I had a painful 1:30 a.m. insight the other day that simply ripped away my defenses. Normally, I am defended. Normally, I'm just loving my abstract pursuits. Normally, I see myself as this brave, important truth teller. And so I normally live in part in a world of delusion. And then things come along that rip away my defenses. So for some people, it might be having to move. That can rip away your defenses. Losing a job can rip away your defenses. Having your friend, best friend, move, that can rip away your defenses. So things like a divorce or a firing or the loss of an important relationship, that's a symptom of your problem in that it rips away the defenses and it reveals the raw nature of your vulnerability and your internal losing algorithm for life. And so due to this experience, you can no longer live in a world of delusion that you're doing great. So something comes along and you're devastated. It's not because what came along devastates you. It's that what came along ripped away your defenses, and so now you're emotionally naked. So let's be emotionally naked together. There was a coach for the Dallas Cowboys who would revel in emotional nakedness. It was the bloke who coached them to their last Super Bowl win.
Gaunt, intense, with a litany of esoteric grievances. He was a traditionalist Catholic, a figure from the church's fringes, and he had a lot to say as I tried to disentangle from him about corruption in the Catholic clergy. The scandals in Boston had broken, so some of what he said was...
So it was Barry Switzer. He was a player coach. He got on well with players. They were overwhelmingly black. He got on great with them. Many of the black players on the Dallas Cowboys thought that Troy Aikman was racist. And the way that Barry Switzer would connect with his team is he would be emotionally naked. Naked and afraid.
Was familiar, but he kept going into a rant about Cardinal McCarrick. Did you know he makes seminarians sleep with him, invites them to his beach house, gets in bed with them? At this, I gave him the brush off that you give the monomaniacal and slipped out. That was before I realized that if you wanted the truth about corruption in the Catholic Church, you had to listen to the extreme-seeming types, traditionalists and radicals, because they were the only ones sufficiently alienated from the institution to actually dig into its rot. This lesson has application well beyond Catholicism.
This link between woundedness and insight is almost a cliche in the world of art.
All right. Amy says on X, look, this is great news. You see the problem, you need healing so that you can feel safe to be vulnerable in relationships. I think Christ is a great way out of this to allow for spiritual healing and a restoring of your worth as a sacred human being created in the image and likeness of God. I think the Catholic teachings are the best source. God sees all, God judges, but he wants the best for us. Trump became president by being a Twitter troll, so Trump is boxed in. When you submit to Christ, you can't lose. So when other people can't hear you, or when you're using religious language that's not the most effective, then a great substitute is reality. So I am not open to teachings about Christ, but I can take what you're saying right now and I can just substitute in the word for reality. And then I can embrace what you're saying. When you submit to reality, you can't lose. If you live a life of service to others, you get to take joy in the good that others experience. Yes. And there is a part of my life where I've dialed down the amount of service that I give to others. And I am paying a price for that right now.
We fully expect great artists to be tortured souls, or certainly at least strange. But it's true of intellectuals as well. This is actually one of the great themes of science fiction. Some truths are too terrible to know. Learning them will drive one insane. Conversely, one must already be insane to apprehend them. Thus, these stories play with the question of who is really sane or insane. I don't know who invented this, but the first example I know of in modern SF is George O. Smith's fantastic 1958 pulp novel, The Path of Unreason. It's the theme of Darren Aronofsky's superb psychological thriller Pi, whose protagonist, the genius mathematician Max Cohen, is driven insane as he starts to discover the identity and significance of the 216-digit true name of God, all the while surrounded by those hoping to steal and use his discovery. Lars von Trier's art film Melancholia, about the destruction of the Earth in a collision with a strange planet, treads the same territory of who is really sane and who is insane. The typical outcome of this reality is a very well-known archetype. Cassandra, the true prophet destined to never be believed. The misshapenness produced by wounding that illuminates makes it all too easy for others to dismiss that insight. It's not always necessary for the insightful to walk with a Jacob like limp. Douthit himself is an insightful writer who, despite having had his share of the experience of suffering, appears well-adjusted. But it seems to be helpful, particularly for prophetic-type insights.
Oh God, this is gorgeous.
Trovo dentro gli occhi tuoi ignoro se magia o realtà. Se tu fossi nel mio cuore per un giorno, potresti avere ciò che sento io quando mi bracci forte a te e petto noi respiriamo insieme. ciò che provo è
Oh, that was gorgeous. Damn. Wow. Cormac, that's Cormac Thompson. Just gorgeous.
Naturally, we see it among the prophets of ancient Israel, perhaps most paradigmatically in Ezekiel. But think also of Jeremiah, forced by God to be a prophet against his will, with a failed ministry, and who wished he'd never been born. Certainly today he has a different perspective on the matter. It is Jeremiah to whom was revealed insights into the character of God that most of us prefer not to think about.
It's a long time since I've turned to the Bible for comfort. I think last time was in my early to mid 20s when I went through a few years of Judaic mania. But the problem with finding there's comfort to be found in the Jewish prayer book. So I remember turning to the Jewish prayer book, the Siddur, for comfort a week ago. It's hard, though, to find comfort there because you say so many of the prayers every day, multiple times a day. It's hard, man. It's hard.
For example, I, the Lord, have wounded you, Judah, with the wound of an enemy, with the punishment of a cruel one, because your iniquity is great, and your sins are numerous. Jeremiah 30:14. Judah, of course, believed instead the false prophets, who cried, "Peace, peace," when there was no peace, undoubtedly saying, "The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love." Plato tells the same story in his allegory of the cave. A man is compelled to undergo the painful process of being set free from the cave and forced to look at the reality of things, on the sun itself. Upon then returning to the cave to tell the prisoners there,
Socrates. Consider the following as well, I said. If this person coming back down were to sit in the same...
What's my brother's favorite AFL team? My brother doesn't watch much AFL. My brother's as much of a sports fan as me. His favorite soccer club is Manchester United. Otherwise, his favorite teams are Australia and Queensland teams such as Brisbane teams. So I think my brother's favorite sport is cricket, maybe equal with soccer, and then rugby league, where he prefers the Brisbane team and the other team from Queensland. My brother doesn't watch much AFL. So Australia is as sports mad as America, and you can pretty much predict primary sports loyalty by looking at what are those lines that go up and down? Is that latitude? Oh God, man, I really had to struggle for my A in geography. Latitude and longitude. Okay, so lines of latitude run east and west. Yeah, so lines of latitude, right? When you look at them, you can determine that part of Australia's sporting preference. So it's basically in the state of Victoria, AFL is the #1 sport. And in Sydney, it's rugby league. And there's a more sophisticated breakdown than that. So one reason that I am no longer as enthused about taking action as my peers is that so often when I take action, I recognize that I'm just running in circles. And one of my more painful realizations in 2015, when I started adding some 12-step money-related programs to my oeuvre, I was going to these meetings primarily in Protestant churches. And it's like, what the hell? Like, I grew up a Protestant, but I thought I graduated from that and I embraced Orthodox Judaism, and now my life was going to take off. And then it's just coming around again. What the hell? I'm now back in Protestant churches trying to turn my life around, going to these doggone 12-step programs. So my father was a Christian theologian and evangelist, and I had some mixed feelings with regard to my father. And so I have some emotional conflicts due to my mixed relationship with my dad, with Protestantism in particular. And here's a Roman Catholic blogger. He's called The Social Pathologist. And he makes some great points here. Protestantism gets a bad rap among many people on the right, and many of its criticisms are justified. Yes, so Protestant societies secularize first because Protestant societies compared to Catholic, Orthodox Christian, and Orthodox Jewish, they are less ritualistic and they're more individualistic. And so when your religion is less physical, when it has fewer rites and fewer holy spaces and holy objects, it's easier to let go of and to just live in an abstract world, as I tend to do a little too much for my own well-being. So many traditionalists say there's a straight line from Protestantism to liberalism, and that is much of the construct of Ronnie Goodman's fantastic analysis on conservative claims of cultural oppression, and there is a great amount of truth to that. And the main reason the West is imploding is primarily due to the numerical collapse of sound Protestantism, right? This is tough to say, but I think Paul Gottfried would back this up, and here goes. Roman Catholicism, Orthodox Christianity, and Judaism are largely irrelevant to the West's fate. I hope that's not true, but Paul Gottfried would say that's true, and I'm afraid he's right. Right. Protestantism, more than any other religion, was able to tame modernity. Catholicism didn't engage with modernity, and Judaism took a long time to effectively engage with modernity. So, yes, ideas have consequences, but so do our material circumstances. And there is a critique of Ronnie Goodman's work and most approaches to understanding modernity, right, in thinking that modernity is primarily an intellectual phenomenon. And this ignores the carnal dimension. So one thing I love about Judaism is how carnal it is from a Christian perspective, how it is embodied, right? How physical it is. It is the most physical of the major religions of which I'm aware. It is lived with people. It has sacred rites, sacred places, sacred objects, right? With when you build the booth, the sukkah in early fall, right? You step into the mitzvah, the divine commandment. And I tend to live way too much in an abstract, solitary world where I am way too prone to demanding that interactions with others occur on my terms. So modernity isn't simply about how we think. Modernity is not simply about ideas. Right? Modernity is also about our physical existence in a world where the practical application of technology is changing our life. So what destroyed the old world was not just ideas. America is not just an idea. America is primarily a certain place for certain people. Modernity is not just Enlightenment ideas. Modernity is also the product of the fertilizer, the electric motor, railways, radio, sewage, the internet. Right? Modernity is just much about things and about services as it is about ideas. Right? Modernity provides us with goods and services that we want. Right? Modernity delivers carnal goods. Modernity delivers better foods, pharmaceuticals, comforts, transport. And so pushing back against these things is a fool's errand. Human nature will always win. Right? Even the Amish and the most religious go to modern doctors. Right? The most traditional Orthodox Jews do not consult the Talmud primarily when they have a pressing health emergency. They want to go to the best doctors possible. Dennis Prager, when he had a partial break of his neck, right? He didn't seek out the supplements that he promotes. He sought out the best doctors possible, right? The same doctors who would have urged him to get vaccinated and to socially distance during the pre-vaccine era of COVID. Those were the doctors that Dennis Prager and his family and his team sought out when Dennis Prager was most in trouble. All right, the Taliban use cell phones. They use AK-47s. So no matter how traditional people are, they concede a great deal to modernity. Right? Modernity is not just an idea, it is a physical thing. And if modern goods and services, right, meet our desires and needs, right, we're not going to give up on that. Right? Infrastructure provides a basis for our life. Who controls this infrastructure significantly shapes modernity. And it is undeniable that Protestant countries and Protestant-led countries are richer, more free, better governed, less corrupt, and more technologically advanced than Roman Catholic countries and Orthodox Christian countries. They are more modern, and that's why they are richer and more advanced. And the flow of immigrants is from Catholic countries and Orthodox countries to Protestant lands because the infrastructure is better in Protestant countries. Why is this? So you can talk about Protestant virtues, but let's talk a little bit about Catholic vices. Right? The Catholic Church never really had a grip on the modern world because its clergy reversed the incarnation. Right? God wanted to bring himself into the world. The Roman Catholic clergy tried to keep God out of it. And at issue is how each religion views holiness. So in Judaism, holiness is concrete, it is physical, it is practical, it is ritualistic, and it is enacted not just when you're on your own, but with community. Holiness in the Catholic Church is strongly tinged with asceticism, clericalism, and monasticism. So Judaism is not primarily a clerical religion, right? There's virtually no unique tasks set aside just for clergy. Right? In my first Beit Din, the first Jewish law court, when I entered Judaism, it was Reform, but there were 2 lay people on my Beit Din in addition to a rabbi. So when Catholics want to develop a deeper relationship with God, they tend to renounce this world. When Jews want to develop a deeper relationship with Judaism and with God, they tend to turn away from most of this world except to make money and except to carry out the rituals of Judaism. Right? The more religious you are in Judaism, the more narrow your life. The more religious you are as a Protestant, the more your life expands. The more religious you get as a Catholic, the more your life narrows. Right? I don't know about Islam. So the more religious you get as a Jew and as a Catholic, the more your life will narrow, the fewer interactions you will have with people who are different from you. The more religious you get as a Protestant, more likely it is that your world will expand and you'll have more interactions with people who are different from you. So there's a ranking system in Catholicism, and on top you've got the saints and the martyrs. And then in the middle you've got the clergy. And at the bottom you've got the laity. So the Roman Catholic concept of holiness is an operation that is largely detached from the day-to-day affairs of the world. So this produces a society where you may well have great art, intricate argument, you might have deep philosophy, along with substandard roads, substandard sewage, substandard industrial infrastructure. You'll very likely have widespread grinding poverty, and you won't be terribly effective in the real world. Now, Protestantism, all right, the laity have much more importance. And holiness in Protestantism is having an honest vocation, right? A Protestant has every reason to feel holy in his pursuit of being a plumber, a gardener, a manual laborer, a banker. Right? Protestantism brings God, Christianity, biblical teachings to plumbing, to sewage, to education, to science, to technology, to engineering, to banking. Right? Protestants make holy the physical world. Right? They Christianize the carnal world. Right? They bring God's love into the physical world, and they show it to the homeless and to the drug addicts and people dying with AIDS. So Protestantism has been the mother of modernity and the custodian of modernity. So think about the movie It's a Wonderful Life. Right? I love a lot of tearjerkers. Right? I love love story. It's a Wonderful Life hasn't particularly affected me, just be honest. But I love this analysis. So the author says, I've always enjoyed the movie It's a Wonderful Life, but I've only recently seen its deeper theological significance. So Roman Catholicism is a factory of saints and people who largely leave this carnal world. Right? Protestantism is a factory of George Baileys, of ordinary blokes who bring God into the carnal world. Right? George Bailey, the protagonist of the movie It's a Wonderful Life, is the archetypical Protestant. Right? He's a high-minded Protestant man who unfortunately is slowly disappearing in the West. So Bedford Falls, the fictional town in A Wonderful Life, resembles a lot of real-life communities that are breaking down. And now we miss them, right? The world as we now experience it is like Pottersville, right? The wrecked, degenerate community of It's a Wonderful Life. So the genius of It's a Wonderful Life, it shows what our world would be like without Protestants such as George Bailey. And this movie was made by a Catholic. So the strength of Protestantism is to produce tens of thousands of George Baileys. Right? I grew up around George Baileys. Right? Men who would bring God into manual labor and low status labor and middle class labor and elite labor. Right? They'd bring God and holiness into their vocations. And in their small way, they would make the world a better place. So Catholicism has produced great art, and it may have great theology. Protestantism has produced modernity, it's produced innovations in the real world, it's produced the goods and the infrastructure of modernity. Protestantism, more than any other religion, has brought God into this world and made it better. Unfortunately, Protestantism was gutted in the 1960s, and Catholicism and Judaism have been unable to fill the void. Orthodox Christianity has been unable to fill the void. Nothing has filled the void for the decline of Protestantism, and that's why the West is in so much trouble. And mainstream Protestantism in particular is just so weak and feminized, and overwhelmingly WASPs seem to lack the will to take their own side. So perhaps Catholicism can Protestantize. Perhaps it can take on the archetype of George Bailey. Or perhaps Protestantism can regain authority to stop the drift to the left of our institutions. And perhaps Protestantism can regain control of modernity. What we need is a philosopher king to unite the Anglo-Saxon tribes around the world under his leadership. And there was an important book written on this very topic called The WASP Question.
This voiceover is AI generated. As we head towards the Christmas season, I want to highlight the hidden lessons of the film It's a Wonderful Life. The Catholic neo-reactionary writer, The Social Pathologist, wrote some great reflections about how Protestantism was superior to Catholicism in adaptating to modernity. In it, he points to George Bailey as an archetype of the Protestant man. Which brings me to the movie It's a Wonderful Life. I've always enjoyed the movie, but only recently have seen some of its deeper theological.
Michael, what's going on? What's on your mind today?
Hey, 40, how are you?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Well, what about, did you see this tweet from Tucker Carlson that is making waves online?
No, I haven't. Tell me about it. I'll find it.
Oh, okay. I can even read it if you like.
Please.
Okay, so Tucker posted this on Saturday on X. He said, quote, Fox News is wall-to-wall with dead-eyed politicians telling you that Iran is a dangerous, quote, sponsor of terror, softening up the base for a war. But what exactly does that phrase mean, and how does it apply to the United States? Here's one measure over the... What? Maybe I'll pause there. That's a lot.
No, it's good. I need a break. So
yeah.
Either share your own thoughts or keep reading it.
Okay, I shall. Here's one measure. Over the past 20 years, how many Americans have been killed by Iran on American soil? Try to find that number and then compare it to the number of Americans killed by drug ODs or suicide or illegal aliens or carjackings, diabetes, and the COVID vax. Still think Iran is the greatest threat? How about we focus on our own country for a minute? And
okay,
then there's a bunch
give me some thoughts. Allow me to rest. Allow me to bathe in your wisdom. No homo.
Well, so it was a controversial tweet. I feel like it's the first time that Tucker has like gone after Fox News, and maybe that's overstating it to say he went after Fox News, but it's the first time he's kind of said something critical of Fox News, to my knowledge. I assume that he has signed an NDA with them. I assume that he has signed a non-disparagement clause. I mean, almost definitely he did, probably at the time of being hired. But I think he makes a fair point, and I don't watch Fox News too often, except for when you play the clips on your show, but I'm willing to assume that they're doing that.
Right, but I don't think Fox News is what's most important here. What's most important is a clear-eyed perspective on American interests, and what I think and what I feel are quite different here. I have enormous emotional attachment to Israel and to Zionism, and my head tells me that Tucker is right.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's in America's interest to be in conflict with Iran. My heart wants America to obliterate the mullahs. My heart wants America to drop a bunch of bombs on Iran and just really F it up, right? Just bomb the Jesus out of Iran and just remove the mullahs and have regime change and have a pro-Western regime in Iran. But even if 80% of the people in Iran hate the Islamic regime, right, they're a bunch of losers if they haven't been able to effectively do anything about it. And so if a committed 20% of the country can rule, then they're obviously more invested and more effective than the 80% who supposedly hate them. So I emotionally would love regime change in Iran. I emotionally would love the obliteration of the mullahs who run Iran. My mind tells me that this is not aligned with America's best interests. And so I think Tucker is right. Back to you.
Yeah. I mean, the proposition is crazy to get in there and try to do regime change in Iran, even to try to meddle in some kind of CIA way. But and I don't think Trump is going that way either, because I heard that Trump wrote a letter to Iran, kind of looking for some negotiation vis-a-vis the nukes. But no, I think it is interesting about Fox News as well. To me, it's a question about media as well, because Fox News does good reporting. I'm not against Fox News, but I feel like they kind of take a certain populist energy and then they shoehorn certain issues that are not popular with the base, or if they are popular, basically it's because they're just repeating what they saw on Fox News.
Right. So Fox News is owned by the Murdochs. It's lowbrow. It's has a component of populism. Fox News actually isn't that important. Fox News is successful only to the extent that it gives its audience what it wants. But Fox News will often differ from what its audience wants and instead deliver what the Murdoch family wants. So, for example, when George W. Bush wanted to pass immigration amnesty, Fox would turn off discussion about the dangers of immigration amnesty, the dangers of illegal immigration. It would just tamp that down because the Murdochs are pretty globalist and pro-immigrant. Murdochs are generally in favor of a more interventionist foreign policy. Rupert Murdoch essentially made a deal with neocons by funding the Weekly Standard that they would support him. He bought off an influential part of the Jewish community so that Murdoch's media operations could thrive in the United States. So Fox will usually give the audience what it wants, but it will intervene at times in alignment with the Murdoch family's interests. And you see this in particular with Fox's coverage of Israel. And what has stood out to me about Fox's coverage of Israel since October 7, 2023, is how one-sided it's been. Right? It's been nothing but pro-Israel. Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely 100% pro-Israel. Raise money for Israel. Protect Israel. Our hearts with Israel. Everything for Israel. Just incredibly one-sided. Do you have any thoughts? Yeah.
You're right. It's literally the worst coverage of the Israel-Palestine conflict you can get. And to be clear, I'm not anti-Israel. I'm kind of just like neutral on it. And I would say the best coverage on that I heard was probably on NPR. And I think that's why one of their producers kind of went rogue and started saying that they're off the reservation. But NPR did a lot of in-depth reporting, like, oh, here's a Palestinian, here's what they have to say. They're probably pro-Palestinian on NPR, but it is true that conservative media on certain subjects provides the most one-sided. You're going to be the least informed. And I don't want to make it about Fox News necessarily, because it's just across the board. It's Fox News. It's all the conservative websites. During that time after October 7th, was conservative media was against free speech. That was their position. Like they literally were editorials about, canceling people on campuses, and they said, actually, yeah, we're for that. It was quite the about face. So I think that's what Tucker's talking about.
I want to challenge that. So
Okay.
to me, if your protest is illegal, meaning if you are occupying buildings, you're occupying spaces on campus, and you're denying access to Jews or to Zionists, that I am all in favor of a law enforcement attitude. So there's absolutely no free speech issue to me with regard to the illegal occupation of land on campus. So if anti-Israel protesters or pro-Israel protesters are doing illegal things in their demonstrations, to me, that's not a free speech issue. You arrest them, you charge them. So I don't recall what you're just saying there. Now let's say someone is a professor or a student and they're saying anti-Israel things. So creating a website where you list the most provocative anti-Israel things that a person has said, and you publicize that to try to damage that person's career. If someone's making remarks in public, I have no argument with that promotion of their most incendiary remarks. If you are funding, say, trucks that go around with billboards that host the most incendiary anti-Israel comments that people have made in public, to me, that's not an anti-free speech issue. So where is I'm not closed to what you're saying, but help me understand, where is the free speech issue with regard to anti-Israel sentiments?
Well, first of all, I don't think Tucker is anti-Israel either. I think he's kind of neutral as well. He's a critic of the media and the way the media covers it. So it's more like a meta issue than debating the issue itself.
But you said that the right and conservatives were in favor of restricting speech. The things they said about anti-Israel protests went against free speech principles. So could you just back that up a little more?
Well, I mean, to use a different phrase rather than free speech, because then you get very technical and legalistic. They were basically in favor of cancel culture. So they were in favor of canceling people based on So that I found a little rich, but again, even to make a broader point, I think what Tucker is saying and what he's seeing is that, like, Tucker was a part of Fox News, Tucker was a part of other news organizations, and those organizations, to use another issue like the Russia conflict, Russia-Ukraine, Tucker has always been like very skeptical of the warmongering in that regard too, just to broaden it out a little bit. And so Trump has always been on that line as well. Trump has been conciliatory towards Russia since the beginning. And so conservative media, since Trump has elected, has obviously been pro-Trump, but they've also been kind of hawkish against Russia. And how do you square that circle? Well, what they've done is they've said, hey, we're not pro-Russia. Look, Trump is actually more tough on Russia than the Democrats, than Biden. So that's like a very disingenuous way to attack that issue. Now it's changing a little bit because now there's like permission to be against that war. But for a long time, when you looked at conservative media, they were just as much, if not more, antagonistic towards Russia as the mainstream media. And their line was, well, actually, we're being tougher on Russia. So it's just dishonest, and they just lose the script when they do that. So.
Okay, so many things to say there. Really appreciate your comments. Number one, overall, right-wing media is not impressive, right? They have their moments. They're good at certain things, but there's nothing in the right-wing media that does as much work of value as the Financial Times, New York Times, the news section of the Wall Street Journal. The elite media consistently provide more value than the right-wing media, with exceptions. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And on my channel a lot, I'll say, well, according to CNN, and then I'll give some information, or according to the New York Times, and people will be in the comments like, "Oh, fake news? Like you're talking about fake news?" And my response is, I don't believe the bigger narratives of the New York Times or CNN, but I'm willing to report on their reporting to the extent that they actually have information and they have sources about what happened. Like,
Yeah.
I don't find it that hard to believe that there's internal conflict in the Trump administration. I don't think that's fake news from the New York Times.
Yeah. Okay. So let me keep going with conservatism, mainstream conservatism, mainstream Republican foreign policy attitudes have been anti-Russia and quite interventionist overseas. It's amazing how in 2002 and 2003 there were about 6 or 7 major books hailing George W. Bush as a political genius. Just incredible slavering, adulation of George W. Bush. Slavering.
I suggested slobbering. Yeah.
Yes, it was just embarrassing. It's just so moronic. Conservatives were overwhelmingly behind the Iraq War, and what's the primary difference between paleocons and conservatives? I think Steve Saylor was asked this question by a New Yorker journalist who did not like Steve Saylor's answer, and Steve Saylor's answer was the war in Iraq. All right, paleocons were against it. Those people on the right who viewed the world through an evolutionary lens were against it. Mainstream conservatives and mainstream liberals were for that intervention, which was an absolute disaster. And mainstream conservatives and mainstream liberals are all for funding Ukraine for somewhat different reasons. There's a mainstream conservative instinct that we have to fight them over there to protect ourselves at home, and then the liberals are more motivated by humanitarian rhetoric, but it amounts to the same thing, an interventionist foreign policy. So conservative media aligns with supporting Ukraine, but dissident right-wing media tends to be skeptical of that. So the Daily Caller, I don't think, is all on board with funding Ukraine. Paleocons are not on board with funding Ukraine. So conservatives did not want Donald Trump as the Republican candidate, but once he was nominated and once he won the election in 2016, they quickly changed their tune, not because they are hypocritical, but because they saw that Donald Trump was the best, most effective means possible for getting as much as they want. And so if one has a spouse a wife who will have sex with you if you watch a romantic comedy with her that you would otherwise not watch, right? For many men, that's a good investment. And so for conservatives to give Donald Trump support, it makes sense, right? An effective person puts aside their distaste, puts aside their past feuding, puts aside their past pronouncements if they can be more effective throwing in with Donald Trump or with anyone with power. So conservatives have joined forces with Donald Trump, not because they're dishonorable, not because they are pathetic, not because they are just slobbering Trump's knob, but because Trump is their most effective vehicle for achieving as much of what they want as possible, such as reversing Roe v. Wade. It completely makes sense for conservatives to stop trashing Trump when Trump's in power and to do everything that they can to use Trump as a vehicle for what they want, just as we all tend to have a transactional relationship with other people, even though we're psychologically predisposed to deny that, right? If someone has something that you want and you desperately want it and they have the capability of giving it to you, then pretty much anything that you do that is not self-destructive to enable that person to give you what you want makes sense. So I ranged over a whole bunch of things there, but the main point is conservatives are thrown in with Donald Trump to get what they want, which is perfectly effective, perfectly reasonable. It's not dishonorable. But there is a split among Republicans and among people on the right and among the right-wing media between conservatives and MAGA. And MAGA is not on board with funding Ukraine, and MAGA is not on board with bombing Iran. Any thoughts, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump and J.D. Vance are bringing conservatives to that view, kicking and screaming. And I know there's some paleo conservatives out there and there's some publications, but like they have no juice. Like no one even knows who they are. And there's no mainstream conservative media outlet that was really leading on those issues except for Tucker Carlson, because he's more of a thought leader rather than, the current people who are, for example, Fox News personalities. They're not really thought leaders. They don't come up with original ideas. They just try to like repackage and repeat what they already sense that people are saying and thinking. And like Jesse Waters is good. Like he's funny. He's good on TV. I liked him when he was a guest on the Bill O'Reilly show. I thought that was like a better dynamic than when he's just Jesse Waters just jamming, but his shtick is that I'm the pro-Trump guy. I'm so pro-Trump that it's funny and ironic. And that is also kind of a bit that he's like stealing, and he's not that good at it. So I guess my point is that I'm just kind of cynical towards conservative media, as are you. But to the extent that it's transactional, yeah. Like, for example, a lot of people that are concerned about Israel came over to support Trump, right? Like Bill Ackerman and who else?
Yeah, there are people. Yeah. Barry Weiss.
Yeah. Barry Weiss and other like David Sachs. And I say, okay, that's good. And you say, Miriam Adelson gave Trump, $100 million. Sheldon Adelson gave Trump $100 million. Some people get very triggered by that and they kind of go into a big hysterical rant about it. I guess my response is, well, thanks for the money. Like we need money to win elections. So maybe if we can accommodate their concern without blowing up the Middle East, then that's the best of all possible outcomes.
So do you agree with me that Fox News is much more a reflection of what a particular audience wants than a powerful independent entity?
Yeah, that's it. That's kind of an interesting philosophical problem, whether they're leading or they're reflecting. I mean, I would say they're reflecting because, as I said, my impression is that they're dragged kicking and screaming to the positions that Trump and Vance like, and that it was not really their inclination, as evidenced by the fact that, for one thing, they were against Trump in the primary of 2016, and they're probably kind of against him in the primary of 2024 as well. So and a lot of people were. So whenever there's a chance to kind of sabotage the populist wing, then I'm sure they would do it. And Megyn Kelly, look at Megyn Kelly. She was like the number one saboteur of Trump in 2016 and when she was on Fox News. And now she's pro-Trump, which is cool, but that's quite a U-turn because she has no choice. What is she going to do? Try to have like a conservative anti-Trump YouTube show? I mean, so I guess.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish your point. All right. Okay. Let me ask you, what is your level of respect for the claim that the 2020 election was stolen?
Okay. Good question. So my take on that is, at the time, I think there was some things that were a little suspicious, like when they were covering up the windows in precincts that were counting votes, and that happened in, I think, Detroit. There were, there's that big case against Rudy Giuliani because those two ladies had like suitcases full of something, and Giuliani got sued for defamation, but I'm still like, well, what actually were they doing with those suitcases?
Okay, so you have some sympathy for that perspective.
I do, but let me bring it home though. However, big however, the polls around 2020 were actually kind of bad for Trump, and he was down in the polls. And in 2024, he was like slightly up in the polls. And so a lot of conservatives celebrated that Trump was doing great in the polls, but they don't draw out the implication. Well, the flip side of that is that given that he was so down in the polls in 2020, now looking back, I'm like, it is conceivable that he just lost, given that that's what the data would suggest.
Okay. So I'm glad you said that. I have no desire to change your mind. I have contempt for the view that the 2020 election was stolen, because the examples that are brought forward to try to substantiate that allegation are just so pathetic. And the people who try to make that case is just so bad. I just have contempt for that case. It's just so lacking veracity that I overflow with contempt for that case. And I would like to believe I am completely open to changing my mind. If someone would only bother making a substantial case, it's that all the attempts to make a case for it, I just thought were laughable. As I also have contempt for the anti-vaccine position, right? I have no sympathy for the position of being against COVID vaccines. I have sympathy for the people who articulate the position. I respect their skepticism of things that don't make sense to them, but I have contempt for the anti-vaccine position, but not necessarily for the people who hold it. You wanted to say something?
Well, I think maybe we can agree on some common ground, which is that the 2020 election was rigged legally. Like they legally changed their rules to rig it. They had Mark Elias, and I found that kind of dastardly. But meanwhile, just the way I looked at it was like Trump was working his ass off in 2020 doing these rallies with 10,000 people, and Biden was doing literally nothing, but the Democrats had lawyers changing the rules, whereas Trump was not he did not listen to
I
warnings.
got the point that Trump's doing big rallies, Biden's doing nothing. Now, I have sympathy, and I agree with you that there's an element of rigging in that the Democrats were more effective in changing the rules, in manipulating Mark Zuckerberg to fund turnout in districts that were much more strongly pro-Democrat. And perhaps most importantly, they got Pfizer to not release that they'd found an effective vaccine until after the election. Pfizer stopped the trial. They stopped how they were doing things, so that the news of that they now had an effective vaccine, it was only released after the election. And if that had been released prior to the election, Trump may well have won. But my point is, Fox News was the first to call Arizona in 2020, which was a key state. And then there was an enormous backlash to Fox, and its audience fled to Newsmax and One America News Network. And the point is, it showed Fox's vulnerability. If Fox doesn't give its audience what they want to hear, its audience is going to flee. So if Fox disappeared today, Newsmax would simply get stronger, or some other Fox-like network would very quickly take its place. And so Fox has relatively little importance in my mind, except for those occasions when its operators and owners run the network against what its audience want in favor of some kind of globalist agenda, such as funding Ukraine and a more American interventionist policy in the Middle East. On the other hand, Tucker Carlson is important. Tucker Carlson may very well be much more important than Fox News. Tucker Carlson has a more rabid and devoted following than Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson is an incredibly gifted communicator. He is a great speaker. He's important. He can shift and change people. Any reactions to what I was saying?
Yeah, just a final thought on this, which is that, as you say, Fox News is vulnerable, but also just media has been democratized in a way where I look at, once again, let me repeat, Fox News is doing investigative journalism, Fox News reporting on news and bringing to light new facts that are not elsewhere. That's all good. But Fox News, in terms of just media personalities who are spouting their opinion and commenting, that has been democratized so much that I don't see why you need like $1 billion company to do that. You can literally just have a microphone and like the guys on Two-Way, they're literally just talking to their laptops. So gathering news is still important. Investigative journalism is still important.
Okay, I got that. Let me just interrupt. There's a comment in the chat. Good Bayesian, meaning statistician, would be willing to accept that the 2020 election may have been sketchy. And yet, sir, you cannot name one who would say that. No one with any statistical credentials has been able to make that case. And the reason nobody has been able to make that case is because there is no evidence that there is a case there. So you can believe in that for your own emotional comfort. You should admit, for the sake of intellectual honesty, that there is no substance. There is no empirical basis for that. This is just something that you need for your intellectual comfort. There is no foundation in reality, and that's fine. I believe all sorts of things that are opposed to reality. I have delusions with regard to my own importance that are completely opposed to reality. But Michael, I wasn't trying to scream at you there. I was trying to scream an argument.
I thought you were mad at me.
No.
Okay, good.
Oh, sorry, bro. No. Did you want to further develop something?
No, I just in signing off, I think it's easier to let go of 2020 now because Trump won in 24. So it's a lot easier to be magnanimous and say maybe Biden did win. Anyway, but thanks, 40. Appreciate it.
Hey, great to have you on. So appreciate it. So why do I get so triggered about the 2020 election? And the answer is I get triggered by widespread delusion that is maladaptive. And it's a widespread delusion that there is any evidence that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. Right? There is some evidence that Democrats were more successful in changing rules, and they were more successful in getting funding to turn out the vote in pro-democratic areas and in delaying the vaccine trial. But I have nothing but contempt for every single argument, every single essay that has tried to make the case for the stealing of the 2020 election, because I've read every single major argument that the 2020 election was stolen. And it's not that there are flaws in the approach. The flaws are absolutely overwhelming, right? I would be thrilled to find that there was substantial evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. If I could make that case, I would be set for life, bro. If I could make an empirical case that the 2020 election was stolen, I would perform the most valuable act of journalism in American history. I would earn millions of dollars. I would be flown all around the country to give speeches. I would have women breaking down my door to sleep with me. I would have status. I would have money. I would have popularity, right? You would be overflowing with blessings if you could make that case, right? There are so many incentives to try to make that case. What's the reason nobody has been able to make that case? Because so far, there's been no basis in empirical reality, and everyone who's tried to make that case has disgraced themselves. Michael Anton tried to make that case, and it was just pathetic. Right? I am open to it. All right, if someone can build that case, someone can show me that evidence, I would embrace it, change my mind like that. But I don't like it when you serve me up a bowl of steaming feces and you tell me, Luke, this is a delicious tostada. Please eat. Right? I get triggered by that. Right? Don't bring me a bowl of steaming feces and tell me it's a delicious tostada. Right? If you tell me, Luke, I need to believe that this bowl of steaming feces is a delicious to start it for the sake of my own happiness, fine. I'm not going to argue against you, right? I don't argue matters of faith. And so if you have that clarity, then mad respect. I have all sorts of delusions, right? I attribute far more greatness, far more excellence, far more importance to what I'm doing right now than is really there empirically in reality. Like empirically, in reality, I am an unsuccessful vlogger and blogger, right? Small number of people, a few hundred people will watch this show, and that's it. And given the amount of time and effort and energy that I put into the show, when I could earn a minimum of $50 an hour with other pursuits, right? It's a right. You'd say, most people would say on an empirical basis that this is a losing endeavor, another demonstration of me losing at life. So I've got more than my share of delusions, and I'm happy to accept these delusions. Right? I walk around thinking of myself as far more courageous, far more wise, far more intelligent than I really am, and I know they're delusions, and I'm not going to deny that they're delusions, but they feel good, man. They're armoring against reality that to some extent they serve me. I am a big Aaron Renn respecter.
Significance. While Catholicism has been a factory of saints, Protestantism has been a factory of George Baileys. Casting Jimmy Stewart was perfect. It is true that he is fictional character, but he is also an archetype of the type of man that we all know, and the type of high-minded, mainline Protestant man who is slowly
disappearing
due to the cultural forces that have been unleashed since the 60s. Although the movie is fictional, it, unnervingly, is beginning to resemble real life. Bedford Falls may be a fictional town, but...
So I have no desire to try to change the minds of my friends, or maybe that desire comes up, but I try to release it. So I have an excellent relationship with Kip, and we just profoundly disagree about many things. I don't need or want Michael to agree with me. I'm really glad for his contributions. If I vehemently argue against something that he may believe, not personal, don't want to change his mind, I am performing right now, right? There is an element of real Luke here, but there's a huge element of performance. And if we were talking interpersonally, just one-on-one, I wouldn't try to argue with you. Did the Biden presidency feel legitimate to you? 40. Sure. Yeah. It did. I believe, and I said this all along, that primarily Joe Biden was running the Biden presidency. That Biden had good days and bad days. He had his loyalists in key positions, and they essentially did what he wanted. Are you unwilling to concede all elements of the regime coalesce to run a color revolution against the then President of the United States? That sounds exciting, provocative. I don't believe it's true. You're swimming in the river of denial. Yes, I'm also swimming in the river of reality, right? Show me one piece of writing or work that makes that case, right? You can't come up with any intellectually respectable essay that makes that case, because the only basis for this case is delusion and fantasy masquerading as truth, right? The easiest way to be successful as a radio talk show host, as a guru, as a live streamer, is to convey what feel like profound truths, but they're pseudo profound. They disappear upon examination. So if I was standing up here making the case that America is in a civil war, right, and if I was able to do that with great rhetorical effectiveness, you might well think, wow, 40, he's so smart. He sees things that I don't see, right? 40 has the perspicacity, the wisdom, the sheer cognitive power to see things I don't see, I need to pay attention to 40, right? That's what the great hustlers in talk radio, in the guru sphere, in the live streaming sphere do, right? They give you the sense that you are receiving profound truths. And people are telling you that all elements of the regime coalesce to run a revolution against the President of the United States, right? They're selling you BS. They are shoveling in your mouth feces and telling you it's a delicious tostada, and you're swallowing it because your emotional need for this is so great that you're willing to check out of reality. Were the George Floyd protests organic or a product of astroturfing grievances gone wild? There was an element of organic and there was an element of astroturfing grievances gone wild, but what there clearly was is every little bit of Black Lives Matter aided Trump's re-election. Right? The stronger Black Lives Matter grew, the more disruptive Black Lives Matter became, the better it was for Donald Trump getting reelected. Donald Trump wasn't reelected because he seemed incompetent. He suffered a 2% swing against him in the suburbs in both 2018 and 2020 for the primary reason that he seemed incompetent. Black Lives Matter was so horrifying on net for Americans that they started swinging back to Donald Trump. Right? The more Antifa and BLM agitate and riot, the better it is for Republicans. 40 is willing to take a bullet on Hamburger Hill with respect to COVID and the 2020 sham election. Yes, until there is evidence to the contrary. Ooh. Amy says, this is great news. At least you see the problem. You need healing so that you can feel safe, be vulnerable in a relationship with reality. And of course, I already read that. Look, are you familiar with the various ways we know things on a probability level? Yes, I am. I did take a class in statistics, and I am a regular reader of Andrew Gelman's blog. Andrew Gelman is an esteemed statistician, a professor of statistics at Columbia University, someone with great expert in Bayesian statistics. I don't think many of Luke's viewers are low IQ MAGA rednecks who believe one American news propaganda on its face. Respectability is overrated with respect to the press. Why isn't Black Lives Matter or DEI seen in the same light now? Because the country made clear its disgust. Also, there's now a substantial price to pay for supporting BLM and DEI. But evidence is crystal clear. Antifa and Black Lives Matter protests in the summer of 2020 help Donald Trump's chances of getting reelected. I so love this essay on George Bailey. I want you to hear it again.
But I remember the world I grew up in, strongly resembling it. The world I live in now is slowly turning to Pottersville. The genius of the movie is the depiction of what world would have looked like without Protestant George Bailey. The irony of it is that was made by a Catholic. Now, I do have disagreements with Protestantism, but my intention here is to praise one of its strengths, and its strength was to produce thousands of George Baileys, who in various fields and in their own small way were able to transform the world. Catholicism may have a great theology of the incarnation, but Protestantism, at its best, produced the goods and brought Christianity to the day-to-day affairs of men. There are actually two great Protestant archetypes in the film, George Bailey and Mr. Potter. Potter, like Ebenezer Scrooge, is an example of what happens when the Protestant ethic is combined with avariciousness and a lack of charity. The actor who played Potter had previously played Scrooge in radio broadcasts. The film thus contrasts these two characters. As I've noted, in a previous era, it would have been common for the president of the local bank to be the most powerful person in town. That's Potter here, a genuine, wealthy elite. Bailey is not at that level. he never becomes personally wealthy. He's not really elite in the social.
So one beautiful thing about culture in Australia is that all parts of society usually speak with the same accent and feel a great deal in common with each other. So from the highest levels of society to the lowest levels, right? Pretty much one dominant culture, one dominant accent.
Status sense. But he
And why was I yelling at the mighty Puck? Well, I was trying to yell at his argument. Because this is in part a performance, and in part I want to be compelling and not just wise and insightful and vulnerable. And I don't yell at people in real life. So maybe I get to let things out on this show that I would not get to let out in real life. But there's a strong element of performance here.
Runs the building and loan, which appears to be the second largest financial institution in town. That alone grants him status. What's key to Bailey is his institutional orientation and civic mindset. Bailey takes over the building and loan after his father's death and treats it as his personal responsibility to sustain that institution through depression, war, and relentless outside attacks by Potter. If you read my newsletter number 49 on defending institutional integrity, which was adapted into a chapter in my book, you'll note that I talk about the three dimensions of trustworthiness, competence, and missional integrity, as well as sustaining those for the long term. We see that Bailey hits all of these dimensions. What makes Potter's theft of $8,000 particularly painful is that it will falsely make Bailey himself look like a thief, as untrustworthy. Bailey's life is also shaped by a general ethos of civic-mindedness. As a kid, he saves his brother from drowning and stands up to the pharmacist to prevent an accidental poisoning. But he does not just practice these individual acts of charity. Via the building and loan, he's trying to improve the overall civic life of Bedford Falls. He keeps the building and loan on mission, providing accessible financing to allow the ordinary citizens of Bedford Falls to buy quality housing.
So I'm asking for a friend. How was my performance when I was yelling at the mighty Puck with regard to evidence for rigging of the 2020 election? Did it feel authentic? Right? Did it give a sense of the real thing? Did it seem out of character? Was it off-putting? Was it exciting? Was it a great acting performance? Help a brother out here.
At a reasonable price. As the social pathologist says, the genius of the film is that it shows us what the world would have been like without George Bailey. Bailey didn't just save or improve the lives of individual people, although he did do that. He changed the entire trajectory of Bedford Falls for the better. Without his civic-minded and institutional spirit, the town would have turned into a slum, something we've seen happen all too many times in today's world, one with precious few George Baileys. It's very relevant that Bailey was essentially a sub-elite. The incumbent institutions and power structures of Bedford Falls, represented by Potter and his bank, are corrupt. The Baileys are disruptors. They build a new outsider institution to bypass that corruption and ultimately heal or at least preserve the town. Today, many of our institutions and power structures are likewise corrupt, or certainly at least off-mission and poorly functioning. Real elite leadership today will often involve the same approach, building new institutions that can sustain and improve community life. What's different for Protestants today is that we no longer live in George Bailey's Christian America. Protestant civic-mindedness today will look different from the past. It will undoubtedly mean more focus on institutions to serve its own community specifically. This is how minorities operate, and religious American Protestants are now a minority. At the same time, it's important to learn the lessons of the Quakers. As sociologist E. Digby Baltzel noted, one reason for the diverging fortunes of Philadelphia and Boston is that Quakers built sectarian institutions, whereas the Puritans of Massachusetts built up truly public ones. Even minority institutions should have a broader civic spirit that attempts to extend outward into and to improve the larger community. Comparing George...
So I changed significantly over 2020 into early 2021. So fairly early on during COVID, I read a book about the Spanish flu, and I, as a result, was open to the conventional perspective on COVID and to social distancing. Then, after the 2020 election, I did a deep dive into voter fraud and voting fraud allegations about that election, and I became disgusted by the low quality of the evidence for voting fraud with regard to the 2020 election. So that changed me. So initially, I thought conservatives and right-wing talk radio hosts were irresponsible with regard to COVID in arguing against social lockdowns. Our social distancing, our lockdowns, and our vaccination probably saved more than 1 million lives. And then I had a negative reaction to January 6th, and I developed hostility towards everything that made January 6th possible, in particular, all the arguments that the 2020 election was stolen. And then, as a result, I re-examined how I thought and felt about many of the people who'd been making arguments that the 2020 election was stolen, such as Michael Anton. I had initially been a big fan of the Flight 93 election and a big Michael Anton fan. And following January 6th, I became absolutely disgusted with Michael Anton. I became disgusted with everybody who made January 6th possible. I became disillusioned with the Flight 93 thesis. I started thinking maybe America would not have been significantly worse off with the Hillary Clinton presidency rather than the Donald Trump presidency, because America substantially moved towards less free speech and more towards the left during the first Trump presidency. So I started leaning more into an evolutionary understanding of politics, that in different circumstances, a left-wing approach is more helpful. So with regard to COVID, it seemed to me that a coherent national health policy and perhaps national health policy that shuts down schools and institutes social distancing and nationalized medicine, that there was considerable benefits to that instead of the federal varied all over the place responses in the United States. And so I started saying, some circumstances, maybe a left-wing big government socialist response will be more effective. For example, in 2020, Australia had about 1/40th of the per capita death toll with regard to COVID as the United States. So that's the genesis of some of my shifts in thinking.
Bailey, someone animated by a mainline Protestant spirit, to the modern American evangelical, we see that the latter are typically anti-institutional, with low degrees of civic-mindedness apart from evangelistic outreach and mercy ministries. This is one reason why, despite their numbers, evangelicals are so low impact in our society. This is what needs to change. There's another lesson to be learned from It's a Wonderful Life. Sometimes you choose your duties. Sometimes your duties choose you. George Bailey didn't want to run the building and loan. He wanted to go to college. He wanted to travel the world. He wanted to have a honeymoon. In every case, he could have folded and pursued his own dreams, but he didn't. George Bailey saw a need and stepped into the gap. He chose to store up treasures in heaven rather than on earth. I'm not saying we are obligated to try to jump in and fix every problem we see. In fact, that can be bad if, for example, we start over-functioning for other people. Having a focus on our own mission is also important, but we shouldn't let those things blind us to the opportunities that might be right in front of us. I started this newsletter as a small, underground monthly email because I saw a critical gap in the church in terms of reaching men, an area where the evangelical world was just flat out wrong in some important ways. I didn't see anyone else addressing it, so I felt I had to step up, even though I had different plans at the time. This work blossomed into by far the most impactful thing I've ever done. It changed how the evangelical world thinks about our cultural moment. Being made in 1946, It's a Wonderful Life is a product of a bygone America, and the world it portrays is fictional as well. But it has lessons to teach us about what's gone wrong in America and what would need to be recovered to put the country on a better track in the future.
That was such a beautiful blog post. It was so important. It helped me let go of unnecessary tension. George Bailey is the Protestant elite we need. He changed the entire future trajectory of Bedford Falls for the better. I was so moved, but I'm feeling very womanly right now. I'm just like awash with emotions, and don't try to deny me my negative emotions, bro. I want to feel the sadness. I want to be tortured. I want to dwell in my negative emotions. Don't deny me my negative feelings, bro. All right, here's something I wrote February 27, 2021 that means a great deal to me and might explain where I'm coming from. So here's the headline. Michael Anton says he does not know who truly won the 2020 election, but he's moved on. So November 6, 2020, Michael Anton wrote, no one will really know who won. Partisans on both sides will insist they do, but they won't. Not really. One half of the country, the class that rules in the interests of at most half the country, will surmise that it can now rule by fiat. The other half will conclude that they are subjects. And then February 23, 2021, Michael Anton wrote, as far as I am concerned, the 2020 election is well and truly over. I said, moved on. So from Michael Anton's perspective, using his Flight 93 analogy from 2016, the terrorists now have control of the cockpit of America. They are intent on crashing the plane, but Michael Anton has moved on. That's ludicrous. That's ridiculous. I can't respect Michael Anton with regard to this. That is so unworthy of respect, right? You cannot claim to be agnostic about whether or not the 2020 election was stolen, and then claim that you care about the United States, and then care that you've moved on from the possible murder of your country. If your country was murdered in 2020, right, you can't plausibly say you don't care and you've moved on. Like, if someone murdered your wife, would you say, hey, I've moved on? If you were agnostic about whether or not your wife or your child was murdered, right, would you just move on? I don't think so. Now, God, I hope Michael's going to come back on the show. What if my yelling made him think, God, I don't want to put up with that. That didn't feel good. 40 is a bully. I'm not coming back. Right? Why don't I have the great entertaining contributors to the show that I had back in 2018? Right? Because of me, because of my flaws, because of my bad character, because of the way I treated people, because of decisions that I made. I had so much fun with this show in 2018. I loved the people that we'd have on and the discussions that we'd have, and I miss them. I miss them. So now that I'm no longer surrounded by all sorts of provocative contributors and hosting wide-ranging discussions, right? Now I'm just exposed. Now I'm vulnerable. Now it's just me. Look, you cannot claim to be agnostic about whether or not the 2020 election was stolen, and then claim to care about the United States, and then claim you have moved on from the possible murder of your country. Right? It is like publishing a book about the moral responsibility of citizens to fight crime, but when there is substantial evidence that your child was murdered, you state that, well, you do not know whether or not he was murdered. You have moved on. Right? If American democracy was stolen in the 2020 election, You cannot move on if you're Michael Anton and are interested in claiming, what's that much overused term? Something like intellectual honesty. Right? It's just not an option. Right? In this regard, not Michael Anton as a totality, but just in this regard, Michael Anton is either lying, he's either in denial, or he's a psychopath, or some combination. Right? There's absolutely nothing that happened in the January 6, 2021 Capitol Hill riot, which I hated. There's nothing that those rioters did that was inconsistent with the public rhetoric of Donald Trump and his enablers in the media, such as Rush Limbaugh, Mark Levin, Glenn Beck, Dennis Prager, Dan Bongino, Angelo Codevilla, and Michael Anton. Once you argue the 2020 election was possibly fraudulent, you are removing any moral constraints from people who believe you. If the election was stolen, there should be no boundaries to your response. Just as if abortion is murder, there should be no boundaries to your response to the provision of abortions. And this is a point that I was trying to build with Michael, and I didn't get there. I just ran out of strength. Fox News alienated its audience by reporting first that Arizona was voting for Biden. And there is an ethos at Fox News that goes by the name of respect the audience. And if you're a regular on this show, you know I do not respect the audience. I'm not here to make you happy or to reinforce your prejudices or to provide you with hate porn. And I don't care if everyone listening to me right now disagrees. If I think I'm telling the truth, I'm happy to go against everybody in my audience. I don't respect the audience. I'm sure there are individuals in my audience who are worthy of respect in some things, right? But I don't go by that ethos of respect the audience. Because what it means, in effect, at Fox is you give the audience what it wants. So Fox News panicked. It was losing viewers to Newsmax and other operations. And so they started promoting election denial that ended up costing them something like a $700 million settlement with Dominion. And Maria Bartiromo, more than anyone, promoted dubious allegations about Dominion. So Maria Bartiromo, more than anyone, set the ground for that $700 million settlement. And yet she still has a job at Fox News because Donald Trump likes her. And she gets a lot of big names. So Fox News overcorrected. They recognized they were losing their audience to outlets such as One American News and Newsmax that were promoting election denial. And so Fox News, to hold on to their audience, started promoting election denial. Now, there is a benefit to my approach of not caring whether or not you like what I'm saying or agree with what I'm saying. And that is, instead of being primarily externally motivated by your response. I care, but it's not my primary consideration. I'm primarily motivated by a desire to respect myself and to tell the truth to the best of my abilities given the position that I'm in life. And so it's more important to respect myself than to respect my audience. And I respect myself to the extent that I optimize for truth to the extent that's congenial with my well-being. So Michael Anton and Angelo Codevilla were smart enough to realize that Republican rhetoric about voter fraud was just rhetorical cover for pushing voter suppression. Michael Anton, February 19, 2021, appeared on Andrew Sullivan's podcast, and he did not cover himself in glory. So this is Michael Anton. This is how he presents it. It's just so contemptible, and he's such a smart guy. My position is one of epistemological humility or bewilderment. You don't have that option when you're open to your country being murdered, right? Just imagine a parent of a beloved child when there is significant evidence that the child was murdered reacting. My position is one of epistemological humility or bewilderment. I see all kinds of things that look fishy. I've not really heard explanations, and I detect an unwillingness to provide explanations. I detect a hostility to anyone who asks questions about my child's murder. For myself, I don't really know whether my child was murdered. I just see an unwillingness to investigate it. I see a hostility to anyone who asks questions about my child's murder. But I've moved on. That is so anti-human, that is repugnant, that is contemptible, but that is exactly Michael Anton's attitude towards the veracity of the 2020 election. The one sign of lying is when, in a casual conversation, people start using overly formal rhetoric. Michael Anton is lying. He recognizes that his initial reactions that it appeared that the election may well have been stolen do not have any empirical foundation, but he's not willing to climb down from that because he is being intoxicated by the love that he gets from MAGA. Right? I assume he's being captured by his audience and he doesn't want to alienate them. And so he is lying. Right? If you were asked about whether or not you accept the validity of the 2020 election results after you have publicly pontificated on this, and you say that your position is one of epistemological humility, the chances are that you are being economical with the truth. Now, is there an unwillingness to investigate the validity of the 2020 election results? Remember, if you were able to find evidence that the 2020 election results were not on the up and up, you'd be set for life, right? You would make millions. You would be celebrated. You would have ample choices among women, right? So many rewards would flow to you. So why has nobody produced any work worthy of the smallest amount of respect when there is such an enormous upside for doing such a thing, right? If you were able to find this evidence, you would have the greatest political story in the history of the United States. You would be famous. You would be rich. You would be honored. So if there is 0.00001% chance that the 2020 election was stolen, all sorts of people would have an incentive to investigate it because the payoff is huge. The rewards are unfathomable. Now, if you find no evidence, all right, that there's no downside. You tried and you failed. So how could Michael Anton and people like him who worked hard to develop a standing as a public intellectual stand behind these pathetic arguments, right? Things look fishy, that your country was murdered, and you haven't heard explanations. Your position is one of epistemological humility. Okay, I haven't looked at the chat in 5 minutes. I'm curious if anything I'm saying is connecting. Here's more wisdom from Aaron Renn.
This voiceover is AI generated. One of the most valuable things we can do besides learning from our own mistakes is to help other people learn from our mistakes. Looking back over the course of my newsletter here, I feel like I've overall done a good job, but if I had it to do over again, one change I'd make is not to have come to the defense of people who were being attacked online. I don't think this was a bad thing to do, but it probably wasn't something.
I don't tend to come to the defense of people who are attacked either online or in real life because I don't think it does much good. So this is not overly sympathetic behavior I have often exhibited.
Thing that helped the people I defended or worked to advance what I'm trying to accomplish. Now, you should think twice before rushing to the defense of someone online. What I'm talking about here specifically is defending someone who others are attempting to cancel online, especially when it is powerful people attempting to destroy a weak person. For some reason, when I see this, it greatly offends my sense of justice. You'll note that I rarely, if ever, strongly criticize minor figures or everyday people, even if they are guilty of something. I like to reserve any personal criticism for big-name people for whom the very nature of their position means public critique is part of the package. I try to live by the rule of not punching down. It absolutely bugs the living daylights out of me when I see big-time people criticizing or attacking much smaller name people, especially when they are not known for holding other powerful people to account in the same way. Sometimes this bothers me so much I feel compelled to speak up. In many ways, this is a noble impulse. We should want to defend the weak against the abuse of the strong, but we still need to be wise in how we do that. That's why I don't say never come to someone's defense, but rather to think carefully about when to do it. This is for 3 key reasons. 1, you may make enemies out of powerful people. Let me use the case of Josh Butler. He was a pastor who wrote a book about the theology of sex. When it came out, some women triggered a hate storm against him, which led to Butler being fired by his church, fired by the Keller Center at the Gospel Coalition, and having some of the people who had endorsed the book unendorse it. I thought this was a pretty lousy way for those people to treat Butler, so I wrote an article about it calling them out for their cowardice. I still stand behind what I wrote 100%, but it probably didn't make me any new friends at the Gospel Coalition, which has a large number of powerful and influential pastors on its board and council. I didn't get any overt hate for this piece, but it probably didn't advance my cause with that crowd. That might be okay. In fact, it might have even been okay in this case.
Okay, the mighty Puck says he's very open-minded about conspiracies, even though he sides with the establishment in most things. So what is the payoff to you in being so open-minded about conspiracies? I'm wondering if it's an opportunity. Is it primarily that you get to feel smarter than everybody else because you're more open-minded than other people at your social level or intellectual level? Or is the payoff the entertainment factor? I'm asking for a friend.
But moral influence is a finite resource. Spend it defending strangers online, and you may find yourself bankrupt when it truly matters. We have to be wise and judicious in how we deploy our influence. Where are we investing our talents such that they will generate a return? There's a basically constant stream of things like the Josh Butler situation. The internet serves you an endless buffet of injustices. The wisdom lies in knowing which battles are truly yours to fight. We could easily end up spending all of our capital on them instead of in advancing our mission. We've only got so many bullets we can shoot. Before using one, we need to make sure it's the right place by asking questions like, is this aligned with my mission? How will engaging here affect my future ability to succeed in my mission or help others? Am I positioned to make a difference in this case? In the case of Josh Butler and me, the answer was no. Are there other people who have already taken up the cause, or would I be filling a gap? What other injustices am I going to ignore or be less effective?
Okay, the mighty Puck, let me bore in with some normal audience sadism. The mighty Puck says there's a huge downside to looking for evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 election. Really? Can't be skeptical. First, there is no remedy. Okay, I believe that's true, but I don't see why that is the downside to an individual. Right? If I have millions of dollars to gain, if I have prestige to gain and status to gain, right, there cannot be a change in the 2020 election results. Doesn't really matter. Second, chances are low. Again, that doesn't matter, right? If you are given something, right, and you have evidence, right, if there is evidence, right, it will get out because the incentives are so enormous to reward you for being a brave truth teller. You don't think that I would love being provided with more evidence that I am a brave truth teller? Like if someone gave me evidence that the 2020 election was stolen, I would jump on that and I would ride it. I would tickle it. I would squeeze it. I would stroke that evidence. I would get everything I could out of that evidence because it would be a path to riches, to fame, and to status. I could justify my entire life, right? Instead of going down to the extent that I go down in history, not sexually, but to the extent that I have any role in history, unfortunately, right now it will be Luke Ford, who broke the news that porn actor Mark Wallace Goldberg was likely patient zero in an AIDS outbreak in the porn industry in the San Fernando Valley in 1998. But if I was able to break the story that voter fraud decided the 2020 election, I would no longer go down as a seminal porn blogger, right? I would go down in history as a hero of the Republic, right? People would build statues to me, all right? I would feel so good about myself, right? I wouldn't be waking up at 1:30 a.m. with this painful clarity that I was living in a prison of my own choices and that I was losing at life, right? I would feel like a winner. I would walk around with so much enthusiasm and strength. I'd be up here, bro, and I'd be talking down to the peons because it would get to my head, right? The level of success, status, and riches that would come to me if I was able to break that story, I'd be insufferable. I would really get into my narcissism in all likelihood. I would like change many of my friends. You know, I'd start hanging out with very successful people. I would develop expensive food tastes. Okay, other part of the action. Third, hard and expensive to find evidence. Not necessarily. I would just need somebody to email it to me. Most of the great scoops are given to the journalist, right? Investigative journalists portray themselves as out there doing all this hard labor, but the harsh truth is that the greatest scoops are given to you. My greatest scoops were given to me. To the extent I worked for them is that I developed a reputation for someone who's interested in breaking stories. Somebody could simply mail me, email me, call me, send evidence with a homing pigeon, and it could just drop in my lap, and then I would publish the evidence on my blog, and I would be financially set for life. I'd get to have a whole new level of status. It wouldn't be hard. It wouldn't be expensive. If voter fraud determined the 2020 election, there would be hundreds, if not thousands of people who know. And sir, if you have that evidence, ma'am, if you have that evidence, please give it to me so that I can be rich and successful. Please give it to me so that millions of Americans will love and revere me. Do you think that I would mind if millions of Americans loved and revered me? Do you think it would bother me that I'd never have to pick up a check at a restaurant again for the rest of my life? Do you think it would bother me signing autographs? Do you think it would pain me to fly around the country giving speeches? It would not bother me. So, if you have that evidence, please give it to me. I would like to be rich. I would like to be successful. I would like to be famous. And most of all, I would like to have a high opinion of myself. So, help a brother out. Got the evidence? Please give it to me. I'd like some.
I've been addressing if I choose to engage on this one. These are in addition to spiritual practices such as prayer for wisdom.
Oh, come on, Mighty Puck. Are you not embarrassed by your level of argumentation here? All right. If we're talking brass tacks and someone says to you, oh, philosophical question, what is evidence? What is evidence? What is truth? Okay, voter fraud is a crime. If you have evidence that a crime has been committed, whether the crime is voter fraud or theft or rape or murder, right? Evidence is the evidence that enables people to be convicted of crimes. And being convicted of crimes doesn't just happen in a courtroom. O.J. Simpson was convicted of double murder, even when the courtroom in his criminal trial found him not guilty. He was still convicted of a double murder in the eyes of most of the country who were paying attention. So, evidence that would convict people, not necessarily in a courtroom, but in the public eye, right? The same evidence that you would use to make the case for any other crime. It's not difficult. So when people take a matter that is prosaic and empirical, and then they say, philosophical question, what is evidence? They realize they have no ground to stand on, but they don't want to admit that, so they then try to rise to the level of abstraction, right? That's when you know people are engaging in self-deception, or they're trying to deceive you, right? So however flawed, messed up, illogical, and prevaricating and economical with the truth I have been today, I would like to believe that I have set a foundation of enough vulnerability and at least attempts at honesty that I am in reality right now. And because I think I'm able to be honest with you, that I feel weak, that I feel like a loser, that I'm suffering, I'm in pain, right? Because I'm able to be honest with you about what's going on with me, it is so much easier for me then to spot when other people are either lying to me or lying to themselves, right? If you're able to be honest with yourself, it won't be difficult to spot when other people are either lying to themselves or they're trying to lie to you.
2, you expose yourself to the risk of publicly supporting a dodgy person. In the case of online cancellation mobs, we rarely know the target person.
Okay, Mighty Puck says, evidence is a hard problem. I'm not trying to deceive you. Yes, but it is elucidated in countless legal textbooks. I believe you. You are not trying to deceive me. Mighty Puck, you are trying to deceive yourself. You are trying to deceive yourself. And that's the greatest deception of all. Right? You get a payoff for believing that you're more open-minded than other people, particularly, say, more open-minded than people who are more successful than you. You get fed from believing that you're open to conspiracy theories. You feel superior because of it. I'm not criticizing you because this has characterized me too. And you don't want to abandon that supply. And so you're trying to deceive yourself about what's going on. But what's going on is that you get some of your esteem and some of your sense of self and some of your belief in your excellence from a false source. And this is incredibly painful. And I'm here with you, brother, because I'm in pain too. So let's be in pain together. Let's get emotionally naked.
Personally, I've never met or talked to Josh Butler, for example. In his case, I felt pretty confident that he was and is a legitimate person. He'd already been vetted and hired by multiple blue-chip organizations. But that's not always the case. Many of the people who get targeted for cancellation are edgy characters or provocateurs. A lot of them turn out to be far dodgier than they appear. If you publicly come to the defense of one of these people, again, someone you don't know personally at all, when it turns out he actually is a secret Nazi after all, or something, you could end up with reputational harm.
Right, ending up with reputational harm may well be more damaging than ending up with financial harm or physical harm. This guy has so much common sense and wisdom. Renn. Don't go gratuitously defending others online. right? Do it very carefully. Don't bother defending me online or offline. Listen to people's critiques of me, and don't put yourself out, man. I love Aaron Renn. 40 acts like my cats when I break out the catnip. The Trump came back, overcame felony charges and felony convictions, overcame bullet holes to win again in 2024. That should lend credence that something wasn't kosher. No, it doesn't. There's nothing about that that provides evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. You, sir, are thinking like somebody with a PhD in the humanities. Right? You're not bound to evidence and facts. You have a feeling, and you want to ride that feeling. You want to stroke that feeling. You want to tickle that feeling. You want to fillet that feeling because it feels good. I love Kip. I'm not afraid to admit it, no homo, because the harder I go at him, it doesn't trouble his sense of self. He doesn't take it personally. So I can absolutely slam things that he says, and he's just fine, and I have so much respect for that. Thank you, Kip, for being a man who can stand on his own 2 feet. Hillary spent most of 2017 telling everyone Trump wasn't a legitimate president. I know you believe that, but it's not true. A tiny part of what she did in 2017 was telling some people that Trump wasn't a legitimate president. She said it at times. It didn't characterize her 2017. See how questioning legitimacy wasn't even a problem until Trump and MAGA said it. That is a good point. When Democrats did it, it wasn't a problem. Double standard? Yes, there's a double standard. Was Hillary called an existential threat? No, she wasn't. What changed? Because Hillary did not do it in the same systematic, over-the-top manner that Donald Trump did it, and there wasn't the same level of passionate support for her case that there was for Trump. Remember the atmosphere after 2021. You could have been kicked off Twitter and Facebook for mentioning voter fraud. You would have been shunned by media and academia. That is all true. Am I listening to myself? I am. I am being a good friend to myself right now. Is AA a cult? Any group will have cultish tendencies, including AA. Any group. Religious, secular, sporting, poetic. You being a 12-stepper and a lover of all things culty, do I have an opinion as to whether AA is a cult or not? Yes, I have an opinion that like any group, there are components of the cult to 12-step programs. There are claims that they ostracize members from friends and family. Yes, any group has the potential to ostracize you from friends and family, and I'm sure it happens in some 12-step groups. Are you a hugger? I'm not usually a hugger of men, but if it's a bloke I like, I'll like lightly punch him on the shoulder. Or a fist bump. I'm much more of a fist bumper and a bumper and a puncher. I don't tend to hug dudes. Are you a dude hugger? Man, I am feeling so exquisitely vulnerable right now.
This voiceover is AI generated. I strongly oppose pot legalization. It should be treated as a vice, officially banned and publicly frowned on, but unofficially tolerated within certain limits. Smoke at home, fine. It's none of our business. Smoke while driving or in public? No way. Unfortunately, the trend and public opinion favors pot legalization. And not just legalization, but an approach similar to our immigration system in which even the laws that exist are not enforced and treated as quasi-illegitimate. People also want pot use publicly affirmed and even celebrated. The net results will be negative for our country.
This guy is great. He's absolutely right. I hate pot. I hate drunkenness. I hate drug use. I hate these things. So I'm feeling weak and emotional and vulnerable right now. I feel like a loser right now. But I want to be a great loser. I want to be a profound loser. I want to pierce you with my insights. And to my fellow losers, I say, welcome to the show. Welcome to the community. This is a place for you. And I just read a column in the Sydney Morning Herald. I spend $12 a month subscribing to the Sydney Morning Herald. And this resonated with me. Farewell to the best loser in sporting history. Right? Remember Bobby Fischer played a best of 24 match, I think in 1972 in Reykjavik against the Soviet Union's Boris Spassky for the heavyweight championship of the chess world, for all the bragging rights as to whether communism or capitalism had the smartest people. So when I was reading the back issues of Life magazine, Time magazine, there was a lot of coverage of this match. So Bobby Fischer, the American, won, and he lived off it afterwards. See, if I could just break the news story that voter fraud decided the 2020 election, right, I could live off that for the rest of my life. The loser, Boris Spassky, died last week. He was 88. And it was Le Monde, the French newspaper, who put it best. I'd like this kind of obituary. There are in the history of sport magnificent losers who enter into legend by their defeat. And there is no doubt that Boris Spassky belonged to this category. Right, when Bobby Fischer beat him in stunning fashion in the sixth match, how did Boris Spassky react? Right, this is how I want to react when I lose big time. Boris Spassky jumped to his feet to applaud Bobby Fischer's genius. I want to cry. I mean, what kind of gorgeous reaction is that? He jumped to his feet to applaud his opponent's genius. That is so admirable. That is so beautiful. We should, when we are outdone, outthought, outmaneuvered, bettered by others, we should jump to our feet and applaud their genius. Next time someone bests you, jump to your feet and applaud their genius. Right? When the mighty Puck 75 defeats me in intellectual intercourse, I will stand and I will applaud. This is such a gorgeous perspective. When someone outdoes you, when someone shows a level of excellence that you don't have, when someone reproves you and they are right, jump to your feet and applaud them. That's the way to live, man. Be a good loser, because you're always going to lose at some things. We're all going to win some things. We're going to lose some things. Right? When other people do better than us, and other people excel us, let's jump to our feet and applaud them. My God. That is what I want to do. That's my hero. I wish I was funny as Tim Dillon.
It's good that Putin invaded. I'm saying we need to end this. This is a show that's gone on too long, the Ukraine war. No one wants this anymore. It's boring. It's boring. This is like towards the end of Yellowstone. It's like, yes, Rip is good and Beth is fun. But it's just time to move on. There's going to be sequels. If you are like me, at the end of Yellowstone, you're like, well, what about 1883? I'm a little sick of this. There's going to be sequels. Putin will invade Moldova. And then you watch that for a little bit. You learn a little bit about Moldova. Like, I've learned enough. Kyiv and the Donbass and Lugansk. We get it, we get it, we get it. When Putin invades Moldova or Estonia, that's Tyler Sheridan's 1883. So there will be spin-offs. I'm kidding. I hope not. I hope not. But I'm not sending the MD Foodie boys to fight in the Ukraine. I'm not taking the crab pretzels out of their fucking fat little hands and making them fight in Ukraine.
In front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict. Have you ever been to Ukraine that you...
Okay, that was funny. Right, we need sequels. We need to move on to 1883 and 1923. 1923, both of those Yellowstone sequels are so good. So good. So gorgeous. And even when I'm losing, I still, God willing, get tonight to watch the third episode of 1923.
1951 to surface a critique of the university system. At that time, Buckley was saying that these progressive intellectuals were beginning to select for people who thought like them within the tenure track. We're beginning to promote the books of figures who believed in central economic planning, who were critical of the Constitution. So he's identifying in 1951. And then, unfortunately, the decade since, this kind of cultural elite has only become more entrenched and more left-wing. And so conservatives have always had to kind of go outside the major cultural institutions because they've been frozen out of them. So they need to find popular support, and much is often the case that they see that everyday Americans agree with conservatives, and when they're alerted to what this cultural elite thinks.
Okay, so I value you. You know, I want your feedback. I value my own self-respect more. That doesn't mean I don't want your feedback. So do you want my cam higher? So right now it's at eye level. So I believe a cam should either be at eye level or a little higher. So this is a safe space. John Mearsheimer on the U.S. push for peace in the Ukraine war.
The simple truth is, if you want peace with the Russians, there can't be an American security guarantee to Ukraine, period. And it's quite clear that Trump...
So sometimes the best thing for you to do is to accede to another party's terms. Right? That's not a universal lesson for going through life, just becoming a doormat for other people to walk all over you. But sometimes you need to accede to the other person's terms because they are holding all the cards. And in this case, I believe Russia's holding all the cards. We want peace. Every hour that this war goes on, we dramatically increase our chances of World War III. We should settle this entirely on Putin's terms, not because we're Putin fans, not because we're pro-Russia, not because we have negative feelings about Ukraine, because it's in America's best interest. Right? What happens to Ukraine doesn't matter for America's interest in and of itself, but having a war in Ukraine is very bad for America's interests. Otherwise, the status of Ukraine or the status of Gaza or what's going on in Israel has nothing to do with the interest of Americans. If we have to settle the Ukraine war entirely on Putin's terms, right? If we have to, then let's settle the damn thing entirely on Putin's terms. And it's not because we love Putin. Right? I love cricket. I love air supply. I hope I love myself. I don't love Putin.
Trump wants peace with Russia. Therefore, by definition, he can't give a security guarantee to Ukraine.
Well, I was curious because the United States is putting a lot of pressure now on Zelensky to, even challenging his legitimacy in order to make him shift his position. But do any of you see any similar pressure being mounted on the Europeans? Because every time they are suggesting that they will replace or fill America's shoes, this is effectively a way of saying that they want to sabotage Trump's peace efforts by removing the pressure on Zelensky to come to the negotiation table. Now, I know the meeting with Macron and Starmer went better, but still there's been a few snippy comments nonetheless. Even when Starmer was there, then Trump suggested, who's going to take on the Russians? Okay, is Britain going to do it? And the whole room laughs. This was the punchline of the joke. You can do it on your own. So I'm curious, do you see any more pressure coming on the Europeans, or is it simply not necessary? Is there any possibility at all that the Europeans can issue any security guarantees on their own, or would this just be, I guess, suicidal? Put this thing back together, it seems. So waiting for Trump to go away, I don't think this is necessarily a good approach for the Europeans.
Yeah. If I were playing the United States' hand and I wanted to shut down the Ukraine war and greatly improve relations with the Russians, I'd focus to start with on the Europeans. And I'd tell them, here's the deal. You join with us to work to end this war. You join with us to put huge pressure on Ukraine and improve relations with Russia. And the quid pro quo is we won't leave Europe. NATO will remain intact. We may reduce our forces somewhat, but we will keep our commitment to the alliance, and we'll do what we can to have good relations with Europe. But for that to happen, you have to help us shut this one down. You can't resist the way you're doing now. And then I get the Europeans on board.
Okay, question in the chat. Luke, do you treat Putin like the 2020 election? No compromise, no moving past it? I don't think so. I don't think I provided any evidence of that. I don't care about Putin one way or another. I respect Putin as the most effective leader of a major country in the past 30 years. So I have great respect for Putin. I'm not a fanboy. I'm not opposed. I'm not pro. I respect him. So that's where I stand with Putin. Like, I respect Nancy Pelosi. She is a formidable politician. Don't agree with her. I respect her.
And I'd work with the Europeans to put huge pressure on the Ukrainians. And I'd make a strategic argument and a moral argument. I think there's a powerful moral argument here that Trump is on the morally correct side of the equation, in that we have to stop this war now, stop the killing, and if we continue it, just more Ukrainians will die. Because Ukraine cannot get that territory back, and indeed it will lose more territory, and it will lose more soldiers if it continues the war. So I, Donald Trump, am pushing what is not only strategically smart for both Ukraine and for Europe, given what I just said, but I am pursuing what is the morally correct policy. And then I just push very hard to make that policy work. But I think that that's probably the best way to shut this one down.
It is the rational way to do it. The great problem at the moment, and this may be a temporary thing, but we're going through an extraordinary spasm in Europe at the moment when they just probably don't want to hear that message. They're very, very emotionally invested in Ukraine. I think this is one of the things that's become extremely clear. Political reputations are very bound up to Ukraine. The European Commission, the institutions of the European Union have committed an enormous amount of investment, political, economic investment in Ukraine. So having the Americans come along and saying, look, this is the quid pro quo. You help me close down Ukraine. It's the moral thing to do. It's the politically wise thing to do. And in return, we will stay in Europe. We will improve relations with the Russians. We will have a era of détente again. That's absolutely the right thing. And in time, by the way, it might actually gain, a hearing in Europe as well. If the Americans were to, they risk being drowned out by all the noise.
I've studied a lot of international history over the course of my career, and I've always thought that when you're leading a state, when you're responsible for the security of your state, it's very important to be cold and calculating and to pay really serious attention to facts and logic. and to not be emotional. And you can have a certain deep emotional attachment to the state that you're a part of, but when you're making national security, it's very important to be hard-nosed, to admit when you're in trouble and figure out the best way to get out of it, and so forth and so on. And what I find striking about the elites in the West today is just what terrible strategists they are, how emotional they get, and how oblivious they seem to be to facts and logic. And to take it a step further, how unwilling to listen to different views. We have this narrative that everybody has to agree with. And if you don't agree with the narrative, you're Putin's puppet. It's really lunacy. We should be having serious debates. And in those serious debates, facts and logic should matter one heck of a lot. And emotions, yeah, they can play.
All right. Has Putin's aggression towards Ukraine been in Russia's interest? I believe it probably has been. Why is Europe acting as they are? Because they've been subsidized by American protection, they have had the luxury of living in a world of delusion. And copium is a hard habit to shake. I don't think Putin is necessarily bad. He is tough. And he's good for Russia. I don't think he's good or admirable either.
Some role, but not a major role. But if you just sort of look at our behavior, and it's not just, this year or last year, it's for a long time now. Really, I think since the end of the Cold War, we've been going steadily downhill in this regard. And of course, the end result of this is the elites no longer have much credibility. The truth is that the publics in these various countries, the United States and these European countries, have begun to figure out that the elites are bankrupt. Just look at the recent German election, and that's one example. And the fact that you have Donald Trump in the White House. I don't think Donald Trump could have even been considered a serious candidate when I was younger. But, he is twice elected the President of the United States. And by the way, in
Aaron Renn says that if America was still a Christian country, there's no way that Donald Trump would have even seriously run for president of the United States. That Donald Trump, right, serial philanderer, adulterer, could have only run for president in a post-Christian, anti-Christian America.
2016, Bernie Sanders, who is a self-declared socialist, right, would have been the Democratic candidate had the Democratic Party establishment not moved in and axed his candidacy and sort of pushed forward Hillary Clinton. And you would have had Bernie Sanders versus Donald Trump. And you want to ask yourself, why is this the case? And it's because the more traditional elites have lost their credibility with large chunks of the American public. And I believe, by the way, you're going to see more of this in Europe moving forward. I think in countries like Germany, the AfD is likely to become more powerful over time or get a larger percentage of the vote over time than it gets now. It's already just doubled the percentage of the vote that it gets. But we're in real trouble, and it's because the elites have failed us.
Stephen J. James, come back. You can blame it all on me. I was wrong, and I just can't stream without you. All right, one of my favorite songs from 1979.
But for others too. But that's proving a very difficult thing to do because we're so accustomed and we become so spoiled that we think in this way and have come to think in this way. So I'm not suggesting this is, the whole explanation, but
why is my audio volume low? Because I'm a humble man, right? I speak softly. I'm here with a spirit of radical love and inclusion. I didn't need to thunder. I don't need to take up a lot of audio space in this world. I'm just a simple Jew doing simple things. Just humble, godly.
Because it doesn't explain why you've had the same problems in the United States. But note that the United States has been the first big country in the West to be able, to some extent at least, to break free from this.
You mean with the election of Trump?
With the election of Trump, exactly. With the fact that there's debate. I mean, there is an awful lot more discussion in the American media, and has been, than there has been in the European media. It may be that you only get 5% of the articles in the...
So another reason, all right, the reason my audio volume is low, it's It's a character flaw I have, right? Lack of consideration. This character flaw probably caused me more pain and suffering and trouble than any other, right? Lack of consideration for myself, for other people, lack of conscientiousness with regard to my own welfare and other people's welfare.
In the United States that actually, raise these things, and they might be in the more heavyweight journals, foreign policy and whatever, but at least they are there. In Europe, in Britain, up to now, they haven't even been there. I mean, you didn't get 5%, you got 0. Now we are no longer in a position where we're able to do that, and maybe over time that will change. Just saying.
Stephen J. James, there was just something in everything about you. Stephen J. James, SJJ, come back.
My final thought and comment on this, though, is that I think for the past few...
Okay, what the hell? When all else fails, let me look at my computer. Look, I enjoy your work. Let me pat myself on the back. Informative, entertaining, emotionally powerful. Your openness is a real asset. All right, I have someone in my life who seems to have ADHD, but this person doesn't listen to me. He's often making mistakes, often requiring rescue by me. He has friends, he dates, but he's not an easy person to relate to for very long. He is impatient, he is quick to anger, he is deeply overconfident, even relative to his age cohort. You've talked about ADHD, how it affected you, how it negatively affects executive function and life. This resonated with me. How can people who want to help someone with possibly ADHD, how can we get that person to look at ADHD and seek help? Because if we bring any of this stuff up, it's met with angry resistance. We are completely wrong about this and everything else. Right? So someone's not going to listen to you, stay quiet. If someone's not going to listen to your criticisms, don't make them. Right? Never criticize a fool, for he will hate you. Criticize a wise man, and he will love you. What could have gotten you earlier in your life to get checked out for ADHD? Right, if someone I respected suggested it, or if a number of people who I respected suggested it. My father was pained by my stubbornness and unwillingness to listen to wisdom, and with great pain, my father would shake his head and he'd look at me and he said, "You'll only learn through pain. You'll only learn through pain." So, probably worth, right, if someone's not going to listen to you, then definitely don't give them unsolicited advice. How do you get someone to consider something if they won't listen to you? So find people that the person respects and share your concern with them. All right, what does Grok say? How do you get someone to consider something if they won't listen to you? All right, this is tricky but not impossible. People shut down when they feel attacked, preached to, or their worldview is under siege. The key is to approach it sideways, make it less about you convincing them, more about them convincing themselves. Start by asking questions, not loaded ones. Why don't you get this? That will just make them dig in. Go for genuine, open-ended questions. What do you think about X? How do you see this playing out? Let people talk. People love hearing themselves think out loud. It gives them a map. Oh, it also gives you a map of their reasoning. You might spot a crack or an inconsistency. But don't pounce, all right? Don't behave as I have behaved towards the mighty Puck. Nudge it gently. That's interesting. What about why? How does that fit? Frame things in their terms. If you know what they value, say family, freedom, being right, tie your point to that. Timing matters. Yes, this is something I learned from my therapist. Have difficult conversations when the temperature is lower. Right, when the temperature is running hot between you, it's very difficult for people to hear each other. So talk to people when they're relaxed, not in the middle of arguments or when stressed out. Don't push. drop things, circle back if they're not interested. Persistence without pressure can wear down walls. If they're still not budging, you might be the wrong messenger. People trust their tribe over outsiders. Is there someone else they respect who might plant the seed? Is there a story or an example that they might stumble onto themselves? Will you allow them to trip over the truth on their own? That was good.
Thanks. They're disgusted.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say you're a critic of populism, and much of what populism does.
A friendly critic, I would like to say, if a critic at all.
Yeah.
But yes, yeah.
Well, I mean, populism of sort of a left and right variety basically goes back to the dawn of America. It's a long-standing, kind of authentic part of our national culture and politics. How do you think about populism?
I think about it a lot. And I wouldn't say that I'm a critic of it. I agree with you. I think it's actually built into our structure of government. It's the very fact of our constitutional structure that creates space where you can have these kind of populist upswells. And then the additional genius of our Constitution is there's a forcing mechanism.
Virtually every addict I know has ADHD, and a large number of them will not get checked out. And I've pushed sponsees too hard to get checked out for ADHD, and they responded by dropping me as a sponsor, and that's okay.
Mechanism that makes these populist upswells to be channeled toward our parties, which are not in the Constitution, but we kind of select for them in the Constitution, and thus become more mainstream, become more palatable as a result, if they want to have any viability. So I think there's great upsides and downsides to populism. What are the upsides? Well,
so Jenny has a lover who has ADHD, and he won't get checked out. Is there anyone in his life who he might respect that might prompt him to get checked out? Because it's bad for him, it's bad for you, it's bad for the world if he has untreated ADHD.
Well, I do think that populists can more readily identify the issues and the flaws in public policy than the people in charge of public policy. And I think just in our current moment, I'll mention two examples. The first time many people heard in Washington that there
a lot of my girlfriends have come to the conclusion, you just want someone to take care of you.
Was this opioid crisis ravaging America, or when Republican candidates began going out on the trail in 2015. Because in the bubble where I live, in the Beltway and its surrounding counties, our wealth and our status insulate us from a lot of problems that face Americans outside of the bubble. So populism seized on the deaths of despair, rightly, in my opinion, and communicated that to the elite. I would also say foreign policy is another example. In Washington, we do talk about foreign policy in very abstract ways, but it's the frontline soldiers who have the skin in the game and their families. And so I do think that there was a disconnect during the Iraq War, in particular when the Iraq War turned really bad after the mosque bombing in 2006. And then, of course, the surge, which I am a supporter of, the surge in Iraq, but it also was very costly. I do think there was a disconnect between what was affecting our soldiers and their families and then what the politicians were saying in DC and what their experts were telling them. And then finally, immigration. I think immigration is the issue of the 21st century. And in DC, no one wanted to talk about it. And in fact, the imperatives in Washington in the 21st century were always for more immigration.
So did I see William F. Buckley's blow up with Gore Vidal? I did. I saw the documentary on it. It's not William F. Buckley's finest hour. Do I feel like a Jew? I do. Right? I don't struggle over feeling legitimate because everyone in my Orthodox Jewish community treats me as legitimate, and so I don't struggle over it. The Marines preached improvise, adapt, overcome. But there's no room for that brand of thinking in 12-step. Am I wrong? You are wrong if you assert there is no room for that brand of thinking. The 12-step approach, however, is not improvise, adapt, and overcome. So there are some people for whom that is excellent advice. There are other people with other problems that are better served by a 12-step approach. So 12-step is not the one narrative that explains everything in life. 12-step is not the one technology that helps improve performance in all areas of life. Right? 12-step helps some people in some situations, and improvise, adapt, and overcome is better suited for other people in other circumstances. Right? There's no one overarching narrative that explains all of life.
And more regularization of illegal immigrants. And I noticed beginning in 2005, when George W. Bush attempted an amnesty bill, that this was not going to fly. Why? Because the House of Representatives, which is the body that's closest to the people, right? Elected every 2 years, smallest districts, the House of Representatives was never going to permit George W. to amnesty illegal immigrants. So populism identifies the problems. It is a very effective check on elites, and I value it for that. I do think it also has downsides. And I do think that when you look at populist movements over time, I describe several of them in my book, what you find is that while populists are very good at diagnosing problems, identifying problems, they sometimes don't really know what the solution is other than to kick the bums out. And then there's also, I do think in many populist movements, there is a tendency toward conspiracy theories. And I'm very leery of conspiracy theories. I don't think they do any good for anybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're awash in conspiracy theories today, for certain. Yeah, I always personally viewed populism as the equivalent is, it's the analogy to the oil light on your dashboard. When the oil light comes on, you got a problem.
Right.
And you better fix that problem or you're going to have a lot bigger problem.
I totally agree.
And it strikes me, one of the things that I got interested in myself was early 90s populist literature. Because it certainly seemed to me that early 90s populism is practically identical to the 2016 Trump populism. I mean, similar issues, similar, phrases. And you go back and read these books, it is identical in almost all the contours. And so if you think about that era, of Pat Buchanan and Ross Perot and the paleo-conservative, neoconservative war, it seems like the conservative movement took the view that this sort of populism just needed to be totally suppressed. And they were successful at essentially suppressing it, quarantining it, eventually pushing all of those people out. They said that era light that's come on is nothing. And in 2016, Trump comes back, like this the zombie from the dead, and like devours them, essentially. Did conservatism make a mistake by suppressing or rather than somehow addressing or co-opting early 90s populism?
Well, I'm not so sure conservatives suppressed populism. So the way I put it is, 1992 was a major inflection point for the right, because Bush, HW now, the dad, he had kind of...
Oh my God, I got some comments on Rumble. 1663, a man named Francis Bishop acquired 400 acres south of Georgetown, what became Washington, D.C. He was fond of Italy. He decided to name the estate Rome in honor of the city. Talks about Book of Revelation. Trump did the prophesied 7-year peace deal in his first term. Trump came in peaceably campaigning on world peace and stopping World War III. Trump obtained the kingdom by flattery, making America great again. Trump has a fierce countenance. Trump got shot in the head on live TV, then got up and walked away. Trump just declared he is going to enter the Holy Land peaceably. The generation that sees Israel made a nation again does not pass until Matthew 24 is fulfilled. And it's a lot to unpack, but true facts and true scripture are on their way. And then the next response is Catholics are superior to Protestants and Jews. Damn, how did I miss checking in on the Rumble chat?
Fallen into his role as Reagan's successor. And I say this, admiring George H.W. Bush, the the man incredibly. But here's what I mean. In 1980, H.W. ran against Reagan in the primary.
Voodoo economics.
In fact, the Bush aide who coined the term just recently passed. Yes, he ran as a critic of Reagan and Reagan populism, which in my view is the most successful form of conservative populism of the last 100 years. Okay, so nonetheless, Reagan selected Bush for somewhat good reasons to be his vice president, and he had 8 years as president. It's the first time since the 19th century that a two-term president passed off the White House to the vice president of his own party.
It feels like Luke is reading his aunt's Facebook. This is also known as the long goodbye.
In 1988.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't learn that till I read your book. That's
Yeah,
kind of
I
crazy
mean,
to
it's
think about.
pretty, 20th century, American politics is always kind of wild and turbulent. And so what's remarkable about Reagan was he was so successful that you had 12 years of Republican governance in the White House. However, Bush getting that nomination prevented, I think, a real discussion among conservatives and within the Republican Party about what direction to take. And so I mentioned in the book that in 1988, you had the chance of Pat Buchanan running for president. Pat Buchanan, still always a Cold Warrior, still very hawkish vis-a-vis the Soviet Union in 1988, but also beginning to address these new questions of economic nationalism and also social conservatism, what it meant to be a social conservative in the late 1980s. Pat on the one hand, and then Jack Kemp, who was, Reagan's Reagan in many ways, optimistic. Tax cuts will solve all our problems, opportunity zones in the.
Oh, and Jack Kemp opposed Proposition 187 in California that would deny a lot of social welfare to illegal immigrants.
Inner cities will make things right. You had the possibility of a Buchanan-Kemp contest in 1988, which would have shown, well, which face of conservatism do we want to adopt? Instead, you got H.W. And H.W. was a disappointment to the right and ultimately to the voters. And so Bush's failures bring on this kind of post-Cold War moment where you're having that debate about populism. Buchanan comes in again, challenges Bush for the nomination in 92. Buchanan doesn't get the nomination, but he really does kind of hit his mark, and he gives.
Season 7 of Drive to Survive has dropped on Netflix, Formula One racing. That is a great show. In fact, it's such a great show. It's so exciting. I have to turn it off when it gets too close to bedtime and ease my way into sleep, into slumber, into going to bed, watching a Amazon documentary on Australian cricket. So I watched the cricket documentary to ease myself into sleep because the damn Formula One Drive to Survive documentary is just too damn exciting.
It's a very controversial, I think pretty good speech when you look back at it at the Republican convention that year.
The culture war speech.
That's the culture war speech. And then you had Perot come in and also, again, represent kind of middle America and say, Bush, Clinton, you're ignoring the problems and challenges. So the fallout of that wasn't just Clinton's election, but I do think it was also the Republican Revolution of 1994. We often forget about it now, but this is a big deal. 1994 midterm elections, the first time in 40 years Republicans captured.
Okay, so Curious Gazelle has a beautiful singing voice. Take it away, Curious. Right, I better not get a copyright strike for this tune.
Hold me like the river Jordan, and I will then say to thee, you are my friend. Carry me like you are my brother. Love me like a mother. Will you be there?
Okay, terrific. Excellent.
The House of Representatives in full control of Congress. And they were led by a populist, Newt Gingrich. And so I don't think it's quite fair to say that populism was suppressed during this period. I do think what happened was that there was a series of debates on foreign policy in particular, on support for Israel in particular, where Buchanan's views were considered outside mainstream conservatism. And Buchanan, it should be remembered, removed himself from the Republican Party in 2000 when he went to run for the reform nomination against one Donald Trump.
Yeah. I mean, I say suppressed in the sense that the debates are over immigration and trade, predominantly. And not only did we not take that into account, we actually pushed the pedal to the metal. I mean, post 1992, we had so many trade deals not only did NAFTA finish getting put through, we had the Uruguay round of trade talks, permanent normal trade relations with China, immigration just soared, basically. And then with the Iraq War, the Unpatriotic Conservatives, essay by David Fromm, it does seem that like even any sort of military skepticism was essentially anathema. Bush certainly did not embody any of those populist values.
No, but I think there's a difference between losing a debate and being suppressed, right? And I think those views you're talking about, they lost the debate. They were being expressed elsewhere. I mean, the classic example here is Buchanan's magazine, the American Conservative, founded in 2002. The Frum essay you mentioned, Unpatriotic Conservatives, comes out 6 months later. Clearly, the polls are there. At the time, it seemed like the Frum version of conservatism in the Republican Party was ascendant. With the view of history, we see that was not really the case. So I just think I would use it as, I would say, just a different term of art. I would just say that the debates were happening, and what we saw in the 1990s, especially from the Republican Party, right, which is not the same as the conservative movement, we saw from the Republican Party was a move toward adopting Bush's view on immigration, Bush's view on trade.
Okay, the Gene Hackman story, that really hit me. Whew. Gene Hackman died of heart disease, his wife of hantavirus about a week earlier. So Gene Hackman was 95. He had heart disease and Alzheimer's disease. Probably died about a week after his 65-year-old wife, who died of hantavirus. So that's something you get from the feces of rats. She looked like she was in good shape. She was only 65. So they both died from natural causes. So Gene Hackman had advanced Alzheimer's as well as heart problems. He was in a poor state of health. He had significant heart disease, and that's what likely killed him. And it's possible he was living for a week after his wife's death, and his Alzheimer's disease may have prevented him from being able to process that his wife was dead, and he didn't know how to get help. It's possible he was not aware that she'd died. So his last signs of life were February 18, and they think that his wife died February 11. So she picked up a dog from a veterinary hospital on February 9, and she was at CVS Pharmacy around 4:30 p.m. She stopped at a pet food store before 5 p.m., returned to a neighborhood, opened the gate to a subdivision. She sent an email to a massage therapist. The following day, there's no email activity. So they speculate that she was dead by the next day. So hantavirus is transmitted by rodent droppings or saliva. It's characterized by flu-like symptoms, and then the fluid can build up in your lungs and then kill you within 24 hours. There were signs of rodent entry in some structures on the property. About a third to a half of people in the Southwest who get hantavirus and experience respiratory symptoms die. And then one of the couple's dogs, right, the dog that his wife picked up from the vet, was found dead in a closet near her body because the dog was picked up in a container and was left in the container. Then the wife dies. The dog doesn't get food or water. And Gene Hackman is wandering around the house for a week after his wife died and may not have been able to process that his wife died and didn't know how to ask for help. Oh, God, that's so sad. Reminds me of saying attributed to Ernest Hemingway that every story is a tragedy if you tell it honestly and if you follow it to the conclusion.
and then after 9/11, right? Because remember, Bush comes into office in 2001 saying that he would have a humble foreign policy and that he would not nation build. But again, the contingency of history and the demands of the American public after 9/11 gave us the Bush Doctrine, gave us the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So one lesson, again, of the book is that these different factions kind of wax and wane over time. And right now...
So one thing that story means to me is I have blind spots. You have blind spots. And we need other people to point things out to us, to correct us, and at times to help us, right? We never graduate from the possibility of helplessness. And that story is just way too painful, right? I have created a prison of my own isolation. I'm spending way too much time online, way too much time live streaming. I've paid insufficient attention to my face-to-face relationships. And so I have all sorts of blind spots operating in my life right now that I'm not seeing because I'm not sufficiently engaged with my face-to-face friendships. She's not dead. She's just listening to live streams. God, I love this kid. Cormac Thompson.
Protagonista del tuo amor, non so se sia magia o realtà. Se tu fossi nella mia anima un giorno, sapresti cosa sento.
All right, Cormac Thompson is the 40 Boy Singer for March 2025. Right, I recognize that that is a huge honor, but here I am. Okay, let's try another song here from Curious. Damn, I'm going to get a copyright strike on this. I know I am.
I said upside down, you're turning me. You're giving love instinctively. Round and round, you're turning me. Upside down, boy, you turn me inside out. And round, upside down, boy, you turn me inside out. And round, instinctively you give to me the love that I need. I cherish the moments with you. Respectfully I say to thee, I'm aware that you're cheating when no one makes me feel like you do. Upside down, boy, you turn me.
Oh, I'm committing a sin. Right, I finally understand the Torah's prohibition to listening to a woman's voice. I thought that I had graduated from earthly temptations, but what you do not see, I see. Right, I see her singing this song. I hear her singing this song. And just when I thought that I had graduated from earthly temptation, I've been brought down to earth. People with ADHD are 3 times more likely to get dementia, twice as likely to die early. Yeah. And the song I was playing is The Sound of Cinema, Ennio Morricone's Cinema Paradiso cover by young man Cormac Thompson. Kip had a good comment. I remember being a small child and realizing that everything will end for Kip one day. And the worst part of it was that life itself would just keep rolling on, but I would not. Yeah, the voice is intimate. You mean the woman's voice or the boy's voice? But yeah, you're not supposed to listen to a woman's voice because it can promote lust.